Colleagues of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, we do have roll call that is open. And for the record, we do have 2 medical excused absences today, and then 3 excused absences for government to government discussions today. Colleagues, we do have 15 members here on the floor, so that does constitute a quorum. And we will reconvene for day 3 of our winter council session at 10:16 a.m. So colleagues and staff, if we can make our way to our seats and we can proceed with our agenda. Good morning to our visitors that are here, our Navajo Nation staff. At this time, I'd like to call on Mr. Tim Bigay. On our day 3 of our winter council session.
Yat bene ado kwael nitlini kudoshe tsurzan lini be ada dilni kudan jon les na san shma yal kelchitha johna tselsan tkhuysan chahlke hayol khal hash eltke hash ewan natal ke iski natal tsuit khadinskilt anit dishe ya ko ya ben ye hulon ben nani hulon ya ko ya lanitlen konde Nihid nedan long konde belashlai no kan ne belashlai den long kon ja nahat anlini bahandasya o kon nahat anlini ja kon je delnish kon ja ja naha ja habik das do idoles nahat an dan aflini kon se snagen so zelog osli de benta kon ja nahat ayat ja kon bin das alla ja kon je nada adoles benach ja kon de ben en lini yan sita case o konde ja nada hoe atolil ado kon khaikshi in da hast igi kon en hidden nabage in da hast igi ja kon yad in da ado kon slat da yo lil kon bez ani dan lini kon alt yad ja yen da nesto kon ik da dit hinto khod ja yen da nesto lil kon khashin so ja kon Nihid nabage in da ist kon de trona raja adokon beschlichi adokon kayabik dest in di altro kon yan da kestolil kon de dit do chili dit sai hindo tali dia anada idolil kon ada kon de ja kon en nihin hilage nada belage in hada no atolil ado kon de ja hilast adolil kon hit king selay no lini tla otelich ol kon ha ishin chong on dat igi kon hit aude no sendolil adot aya kon ja last adolil kon de dibig ja kon de ja ja ate hayos khal bishn dat del dat traditing etan tinde kodan yashin kedet nidolil kodan swin kedet nidolil Shada apiade na hade tlish bishn dat del dat traditing etan tinde kodan swin kedet nidolil kodan yashin kedet nidolil apiade na had swin bishn dat del dat traditing etan tinde kodan yashin kedet nidolil swin kedet nidolil na ho konspiade chalkesh bishn dat del dat kodan traditing etan tinde kodan swin kedet nidol yashin kedet nidolil Nede had hun gete kodan swin yashin kedet nidolil swin kedet nidolil Yadilkil kunel tenda titladen kuden tenda tijten kuden tsuin kidet nidolel kuden yajin kidet nidolel dibik au yakon yad au nani katolel konde dibik au konde ntsamba kan ya shoni an ke na hotlel ne kredolel ntsamba ad ya shoni an ke na hotlel ne kredolel I ne bat da deni an ke na hotlel ne kredolel nats illet ya shoni an ke na hotlel ne kredolel tro alchanashin tro biage an ke na hotlel ne kredolel ado konde chel tras chelat khajon be khadin an ke na hotlel ne kredolel beda tro an ke na hotlel ne kredolel beda tro abel kedadil esne kredolel di ben kit khatanes also ne na ne kredolel sondishne kond atzer zen lini bi hasi dolel ado konde ni hit sejon hojon kon nada huit adole ni keda hojon nada huit adole ni jagen hik ek da hojon ja nada huit adole ni naden alt ko hata hojon do ika kon nani katole ni zal be hata hojon do kon nani katole so edish ne hat atzer zen lini bi hasi dole zen lini shanda do ladole digen ne da noch lini zen bi hasi le hojon asling hojon asling hojon asling hojon asling. Thank you.
Mr. Tim Begay for our invocation this morning. And colleagues, we are wearing the color teal today. This is to observe Cervical Health Awareness Month. Cervical cancer is a largely preventable disease, and this serves as a reminder for each and one of us to prioritize cervical health and take steps to reduce the risk of this cancer. So we do have our council chambers decorated in the color teal today. So thank you, colleagues, for wearing those colors today. Colleagues, this a recap from yesterday. We did finish new business G yesterday, so it was tabled. And this morning we will start with new business H. That is legislation 008-24, and this is also a 2/3 legislation. Colleagues, so we'll begin our day 3 agenda on new business H. And also a reminder to our Navajo Nation division directors, program managers, that if there are any questions that arises here from my colleagues on any of the legislation budgets, please be on standby. If you could, we prefer to be in person here during questioning. So for our announcement to the executive branch this morning. And colleagues, I don't see anybody in the main motion, so we will proceed with letter H, legislation 008-24. Primary sponsor is Honorable Chair Vince R. James. Colleagues, we do have our sponsor at the presenters table. Will we be having any discussions on this legislation? First, we will read the legislation to the record, and then we will give our presenter 20 minutes on the board. Ms. Johnson?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Tracking number 0008-24, an action relating to the Budget and Finance Committee, the Resources and Development Committee, the Navajo Committee, and the Nomination Council, approving $1,386,000 from the CIHSN Fund to NTUA for the construction of approximately 2 miles of water line extensions for 16 families in the Kindle Chief chapter, approving the related expenditure plan. Prime sponsor is Honorable Vince R. James. Co-sponsor is Honorable Danny Simpson. You have committee reports from the Resources and Development Committee dated January 17, 2024, recommending a due pass with one amendment. Amendment 1, insert Exhibit B, which is a description and detailed price estimate for the project. Committee report from the Budget and Finance Committee dated January 17, 2024, recommend table with no amendment. Committee report from the Navajo Committee dated January 18, 2024, with the recommended due pass with one amendment. Amendment 1 on page 1 at line 14 in the title, make the following changes. Fund overstrike 2 NTUA and overstrike 4, overstrike the construction of and overstrike approximately 2 miles on page 2, lines 28 through 29, make the following changes. CSN Fund 4, overstrike the construction of and overstrike approximately 2 miles. 3 on page 3 at lines 16 through 17, make the following changes. CSN Fund for the overstrike the construction of and overstrike approximately 2 miles. 4 on page 3 at line 22, make the following change. CSN 4, Fund 4, overstrike the Navajo Tribal Utility Authority to construct and overstrike approximately. 5 on page 4 at lines 4 through 9 in paragraph E, make the following changes. Paragraph E, the CSN funds approved herein shall be provided to the Overstrike Division of Community Development, DCD, and Overstrike. Insert underline Navajo Nation Department of Water Resources, DWR, and underline 15 business days following the effective date of this legislation. Overstrike the funds will thereafter be made available for use by the Navajo Tribal Utility Authority, NTUA, for the water line extensions projects on a drawdown basis upon first receipt of any amount of funds. NTUA shall promptly implement the expenditure plan approved herein. And overstrike underline DWR shall work with the Navajo Area Indian Health Service, the Navajo Tribal Utility Authority, and other entities as necessary and appropriate to execute a legal agreement governing implementation of the expenditure plan approved herein. And underline 6 on page 4 at lines 10 through 12 in paragraph F, make the following changes. Paragraph F, overstrike drawdown of the approved CSN funds shall be governed by an appropriate grant agreement, memorandum of agreement, or other legal document executed by NTUA and the Navajo Nation. And overstrike said new language, underline legal, and underline agreement shall be binding under the party shall be approved by. 7 on page 4 at lines 15 through 17 in paragraph G, make the following changes. Overstrike DCD and underline DWR. After herein, comma, overstrike and shall monitor NTUA's implementation of the approved expenditure plan. 8 on page 4 at line 19, make the following change. By strictly for the expenditure plan approved herein, overstrike NTUA underline DWR shall be responsible for ensuring. 9 on page 4 at line 22 through 24, delete paragraph I in its entirety. Overstrike paragraph I. As a condition of receiving the approved CSN funds, NTUA shall allow the Navajo Nation full access to its financial records related to the CSN funds it is received for the purpose of the Navajo Nation's review and audit of NTUA's expenditures of the CSN fund. And overstrike 10 on page 4 at line 30, make the following change. Overstrike NTUA and underline DWR. This legislation is final authority with Navajo Nation Council. Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, Rule 9, legislation has been read into record by electronic voice recording, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson, for reading that legislation to the record. We have a motion by Honorable Riquinez, second by Vice Chair Johnson. We will be having questions on this legislation, so I'll give 20 minutes to the primary sponsor.
Head Speaker, Ado Nana Shed Kahasi, Kodo, the 25th Navajo Nation Council audience, Kodo, a legislation 0008-24, Gini Hitato, Nani Sosdole. De Nachet on Kindatlachi has Anje, Aja eya ek ato eya e beda anish to benda anish toi tsihiki. Ako kodon hitato nani so sto lech. Di de aja chide don inhigi tobi inlenigi anda es tsagi ya aja chidon enko. Shin le nahod ya tobi inlenigi adalt sigi chidon enko. Ako beninanigi tsagi tobi inlenigi ya hadashi bekehodol jish dik atle dam tweet sihiki na njoj den ako aji sihiki jo belihide dotse ehidi au hadashi alne to le jo kotza ko tohiki ni nakota hot tohiki dot loss adon dan le summit go don't know what jo hot to benyaitse da leda kindachi de to hidi adole ade hitati ahiki jo ahait an le del khan don le loop go ya adazle adonana ganado don't know what don't le jedato white cone go ya to adazle nana wood springs don't le nazlen go ya chinli a court to adazle jo kot ban saha kesiki hot to be inlenigin sagi jo hot cho indo le ako hot in jo hojo ban lenigin daton nit ando le ako aje bedat des nish es bebeso latnin nelde ko john de yud ya send lenigi ye go one kilo ya is a card ako nle summit go ako tse yik ahiki jo de the kui de shina cho do o gohligi do ozdat oyot antil jo de to bin lenigi adan tsagi benina ya ba dot se do gohligi jo tsa do dan til ako you had egidan himasandon hiche en hilnithen that those of you guys that are traditional ako tsadash and tsadat o hayu aje behadet jono hot aye yaltki ende sam nahas agi le sammel go ya ako shinda ze ahtechne on dishni ako dit sahwan kilo se kadiki ako yego is do yego take ahigini chon le ako at beta anish this project is currently in progress and it's currently being developed right now. We're beyond planning, we're beyond design, we're beyond all of that. Ako yego hidana and linigi hajo bainzen adonana nikilbahozen. We've all received letter from Delcon Medical Center. Ako due to water issue, they've been having issues with that new facility to fully operate and open up in Delcon. Toba hataniki. So the current water pumps, it's in Ganado. And then at one point, Ganado only had one water pump. And that one water pump had reached its capacity to take water all the way to Whitecomb and to take water all the way to Loop. And last, with the CARES Fund, we established a second water pump. And so that's able to take that to take off pressure from that only one water pump in Ganado. And so that second one was built in south of Ganado, which took water all the way to Wide Ruins, all the way into Sanders area, and then again all the way to Delcon Loop area. and then all the way to Jedito, White Cone area, all the way into Nuzlini, into Chinle, ako Burnside, Goya, towards Talani. That's how the whole water system is set up, and the reason why we come before you is the plan is one day to hook on this water project to the Gallup water line, which is currently in progress in San Benito as well. So these supplies here, this construction that's currently in process, it's not a 4-inch or a 2-inch water line pipes. It's more of the 6-inch and the 8-inch, so which requires a larger trench to be digged up over from St. Michael's and then over Summit. The thought of it is because one of these days it will connect to the Gallup water line project to take water and assist all the way on the west side of Summit into the western part of the Navajo Nation, all the way into Loop, Delcon, and also Wide Ruins and Sanders area, Nuzlini, all that whole section there. So the project, that's how important this funding is to continue forward with the construction that is currently in progress. But then at the same time, we do have 16 families in the Summit area that will have access to this water line. And then for our future grandkids and relatives, friends in that area that will be doing their homesteads in the near future, they'll have access to water line as well. All those homes, when you go up into Summit, all those homes that are along Highway 264, they do not have running water. None of those homes that you guys drive by that's just right off the highway, none of those homes have water. And this water line is is eventually being in progress and being taken along the Highway 264. Just in Summit, but again, like I stated, once all the pipes have been connected and the agreement has been done, the water settlement has been done, initially this water will be running all the way into the Western Agency, all the way into south of Ganado to I-40 in that area, and then also north of Ganado into Nuzlini, Chinle area, and northwest into Talani, Fish Point, and that whole section there. So with that, I'd like to give some time over to IHS. They are currently working on the projects. Ms. Yvonne Key Bilson, Nana, this funding through the amendment with Honorable Carl Slater had some concerns from the Budget and Finance where this funding was going. It was initially going to go to NTUA, but we made an amendment. We came to an agreement under Budget and Finance, and we agreed to give it to Department of Water Resource of the Navajo Nation, since they're working with IHS to complete this project. And that's why we have Mr. Jason John here as my agent as well from Navajo Nation Department of Water Resource. And so I'd like to give them some time as well to elaborate and to give you guys some information, and then we will be here for any questions that you would have. 25th Navajo Nation Council. So with that, I'll give some time to my agent.
And Peter Little Hat's also on the line. Okay. Yat abine. Shinat ani shik danatle. Todich in slidot na Ginny. Shajadan lido honalani edashche. Being between ish and Naladat a koyat and hidden need on altro. Ado Yvonne Key Billison a shijit do dishje. Navajo Area IHS Office of Environmental Health Sanitation Facilities Construction a ajishana nishish dishje. A ko a Shanai, Mr. Vince James for the narrative that you provided, also Nana, for the legislation. I also have my colleague on the line this morning, our district engineer, Mr. Peter Littlehat. He is also online to address any questions that the Navajo Nation Council may have. I would like to begin by just indicating that through our communication efforts with Mr. Vince James, and some of you have had that opportunity to meet with you and your chapters as well regarding your projects, your SDS projects, as well as your active project. Shanai Houdini, he said, this is an active project. This particular project that we're talking about over the summit is an active project, and it is currently being worked on by our engineers from the Fort Defiance District, which cover this area. I wanted to also mention that there are a number of additional projects that are also being developed in and around that area to make the connections, the water connections that Mr. James did mention. I am here as a support and a resource, but I would like to also provide some time over to Mr. Peter Littlehat as well as Mr. Jason John, as we all are working together to do the best we can to provide these services to our clients and to our customers. I'll stop my presentation at that point, and maybe we can go ahead and move over to Mr. Peter Littlehat and Mr. Jason John.
Mr. John, just for clarification, during presentation, during council, it was allowed up to 2 agents. So Ms. Key Billison and also Mr. John. But if there's any clarification through point of privileges for any additional information, then they can step forward to the presentation table. Mr. John?
Yate Bena, Shay, Jason, John, and Shia, Tapan, Shla, Auto, Clash, Especially Chin, Kia Ani, Dashanella, Auto, Ashihit, Dashache. Good morning, everybody. The Department of Water Resources has not really been involved in this particular project. We were brought in at the last meeting to become the fiscal agent for the funding. So we are glad to do that. We've done it before, and we're currently doing it now in other projects. So the money would come to the Department of Water Resources, and then we would process an agreement with IHS to transfer all of the funds to IHS and oversee that funding in coordination with IHS. That MOA would also include signatories for NTUA once the project is complete, that they would take over the O&M. Thank you.
Sponsor, you do have 8 minutes on the board. Any additional comments?
Speaker, again, thank you on Ms. Yvonne Key Bilson and then also Mr. Jason John. But if there are questions pertaining to the initial project, council members, please just know that we do have Mr. Pete Littlehat on the line that can clarify some of the questions that may arise from my colleagues of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. This will complete and conclude our presentation on legislation 0008-24. Speakers and members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council and then audience. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Vince James. Colleagues, I will go down the queue. And first, we do have Vice Chair Slater. Then I'll move forward to Honorable Crotty, then return it back to the sponsor. Vice Chair Slater.
Thank you, Speaker. Good morning, colleagues. And thank you, Shitsui Delegate James, for presenting this legislation to us. At last week's Nabakeotia Committee meeting, I made a request to IHS and yourself The request to IHS was that they provide information in writing on what precisely we would be funding and why they're unable to use their own internal, I think, bipartisan infrastructure law funding that they received to fund this project, because as a matter of principle, the nation has not agreed to pay for SDS or PDS projects because those are responsibilities of the federal government that we believe is entrusted to them in our treaty. So, you know, we in very limited areas, we've funded those types of projects when we've had some surplus CSN or PTF funding, or for larger pieces of infrastructure that end up supporting those types of projects. So I want to know, was that compiled? And if it was, can it be distributed to the council? I'll reserve my time.
Reserve time of 4:04. Next, I'll move over to Honorable Crotty.
Yeah, thank you, Shadeja Speaker. I appreciate Shiaj Tim for your beautiful prayer and reminding us the work that we need to do and the blessings for the moisture in our people. I appreciate it a lot. Chair James, thank you, Shiaj, for this legislation. I support funding for water projects and understanding the need, but I would like to hear the answer from IHS regarding if these projects are on the SDS listing. I know that at ARPA legislation, we explicitly did not allow SDS projects to be funded with ARPA dollars. And I would like to ask Jason John, in terms of project management, or if it's an IHS question, where we are at with the project itself. And if the water source is going to be the Navajo Gallup pipeline, that also has a timeline. And so in our communities along 491, we're on a certain timeline on when we request for financial support, because it's my understanding that they also do not want that infrastructure to just sit in the ground without being used, because then it deteriorates the material. So we're in a timeline when we're working with the engineers on when to put that into the ground. So I just need a little bit more information on that. And we do have the amendment from Budget and Finance if there's any federal or state dollars that could be used as reimbursed. But I agree that there's a treaty obligation, and IHS received $1 billion for water projects. So where is that at? And how come this project is not being funded to support those families who've been waiting for over 4 decades? I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve time of 3:04. Next, I'm going to recognize Honorable Riquinez and then back to the sponsor.
Thank you, Speaker Curley. Aru kuro beshbahasa ana not lenigi not ani. Aru shidne aru rice not agido shinala. Vince James look on chelo. My heart really goes out for these 16 families, and I'm happy that you are advocating for people that are in dire need of water. They can't even wash up, and that's why a lot of this COVID-19 had spread. And bayan chila nanta Asian audio the never nanta chilnigo koto hey had the nepa by Janshi ayo etahwint and hadlande all satishanat and ego edo tanant ina eba hens and the nepa and inigi. With these 16 families, yesterday, when we were talking about bathroom additions by Edel Tico, it was brought up, Honorable James, you had probably the most bathroom additions requested of 100 or over. And I was thinking, you wait out the bit so in this case and that. But now that you said what you said, some don't know what you're doing. tobeta then do oh you the net tobeta then now nela ne the net tobeta then oshin 100 bathroom additions. That tells me there's over 100 people that are using outhouses. Hashot, eh? And this is only 16 people, and you're asking only 1.3 million. Kodo beso hadon nehegipa nachalchina, so they can get on the bus smelling good. When I was a kid growing up, when you don't have running water as a kid, kids make fun of you. And because of it, you know, ayotan jit just kitla. Ayon chund a torobat yahada is later, it's in Ishbeda, then the no, the bigger, huda at etla. Elchina cho hida at, you know, it just kind of, just so I can feel for our children. They need to wash up, they need to take showers before they go to school or before they go to bed, and then go off to school not feeling self-conscious that, oh, do I smell? When you do have my support. Doesn't matter where the money comes from. This is our Navajo people here in Hitana. Tola nines and do that the negotiate or quabich acid or hashit air. Compesa that the Hadlon Arpado, Consi has sent UUFB, and now it Lanson Chanala. I would vote green for our Navajo people that need water for 2 miles. I guess a quaggy. A coed and netran that the gistod and they betrayahot, Etlands and Gobansis case. Dean late and he Elchin and eat Lena, the neck etcher, Nijia or Tihundan hit and Tingo. Toward that, then, or the Reda bucket bay, we used to bring in snow in buckets and put it on a stove and let it melt. And then you get one of those bluebird acombas, put it over a bucket and filter your water that way. And you do it so many times until your water's clean. And you drink and you cook with it, make coffee with it. Could toda halnodo ben yebeso da halnodo kodo hot bahades dishnaldo koron henant ashi kodo becho be kodo. Den ja tsiddo kostelto do yegon snal out ego den der bayan chege na hen sendo anal kosnant on chagot ever hadist in so kodo hastido. I'll go ahead and wait the rest of my time. Thank you.
Honorable Riquinez waives the rest of his time. I'm going to turn the floor back over to our sponsor, Chair Vitz James.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and then members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, audience, and then Kodo Dan Shiche. I know you asked this question and at Nabak Iatiet, at NDOT. Once you made the questions and we went to other colleagues and you had to leave. And so you left Nabak Iatiet. And then ever since then, the contact has been trying to get a communication with you from IHS on the full detail. Lyle and then staff from IHS have been texting you, emailing you, and trying to contact you. So that was yesterday, and then also Monday. So they've been trying to get in contact with you, Don Shiche. I know they asked me, but I told them that you weren't here Monday, and then I told them that you came in the afternoon yesterday. So I know the effort was there to get some more clarification on the detail of information that you wanted to receive. Called AA Kwado I don't think the IHS minds getting the information to you, but in regards to what you're asking for to go into more detail was the reason why they were trying to get in contact with you. Shamasane Ashit Eya Ekodo IHSG a Bachenadel Kidol Ashit and Hadotze, Jono Ekodo, Honorable Amber Crowdy A Hadzi Selinko, Ashin Tokodo Baba Huidish Atlako, Ako Hiaha Ntrago, Shanale Ade behind the Ani Ekota, need a what a hidden ad or you what but now has out echo for some reason and this is not just going to provide progress to Kindalachi. It's going to provide progress to a lot of families on the west part of Summit. And I've indicated into Cross Canyon, into Ganado, and then you go south into Wide Ruins, Tanner Springs, into Sanders area, Chambers area, into Greasewood, Sunrise, into Indian Wells, into Delcon, into Tisto, into Loop, and and then Adon north, Chigonana, north of Ganado again, Burnside, Talani, Adon dan Lejedito, Beshbito has undergo into low mountain areas, Goldwater Loop, up there in Jedito. And there's a road that goes, there's a shortcut that goes from Jedito, Beshbito into Low Mountain. There's people that live all the way in that region into Blue Gap area. Pinyan, they'll all be connected, and that's how the water will be flowing. Wood Spring, go on the north side of Ganado Lake. Wood Spring, go on. Don't lay down Fluted Rock, has Ando and Nuzlin, go on. Flat Rock, and that whole area, and there's many homes through this, all these different communities that this water will be flowing to. And again, it's just not going to make progress for the 16 family. It's going to make progress, improvement of the livelihood for all of these different homes throughout these communities that eventually don't have running water. That are still using outhouse. And we continue to our populations increasing. They're moving in trailers, they're building homes, and so it won't just be the 16 families. And if you were to break it down with this $1.33 million, that's probably only giving the family maybe $10, $20 out of the $1.3 million if we were to serve all of the communities that I named and all of the homes throughout the whole western part of Summit. If we were to start doing the math by household members and how many homes will be affected, I mean, you break it down, that's going to probably only be $10, $20 that we're providing to these families. When you look at it from that perspective, again, this 1.3 million. So tobe ina to what on jono ado lebe honi de chinil don hitch ian at the no da so the zindoba yel tleko shin don hitch nana ado le shal kahasin loshinat no kliniki na o khan liniki echo. And this is, again, this project is currently active. It's in construction right now. They're working out there right now. So, bahastito le kodosh masane ya yalki ikibinina all of those factors play into this whole project here, that the Gallup water line, they don't want the material just to sit there. No stambi kunan at the whole yago o nas nendo ha that out of dani zinda. Now we're trying to do and maneuver what we can to get this project completed. That way, we don't do any holdups there with the Gallup water line and then the water settlement agreement that's going to be eventually taking places from state to state. So and then I'll give some time over to Mr. Peter Littlehat and then also Ms. Yvonne Key-Bilson to analyze and go more into depth with Honorable Slater and then Shamasane, Honorable Amber Kinazbak Kradi Dolich. So with that, I'll go ahead and give them some time. Speaker, thank you.
Point of privilege raised by Vice Chair Slater.
Thank you very much. There was a claim earlier made that the sponsor and IHS have been trying to get in contact with me and that I've been unresponsive to them. And I have both my phones here and all my emails. I don't have any email, text message, or phone calls. So I'd like to have information from the sponsor, IHS, on what method of communication they were attempting to get in contact with me, because the claim that was made on the floor was either a lie that was perpetrated by the sponsor or by IHS to the sponsor. And I did have to leave the Napakioti committee meeting 20 minutes early last week to go meet with the president, but I don't see how that's relevant here because I asked for a written report. So point of privilege is to ask for documentation for those claims and then also for the report that I asked for last week in writing.
Thank you, Vice Chair Slater. I will recognize that point of privilege. Sponsor and also directly question to Ms. Key-Bilson for those documentations. Colleagues, just a reminder, once a point of privilege is called, I have to honor that until all that documentation is gathered and then we can proceed. Sponsor? Chair Vince James.
Nana Shache, thank you for that. I will give some time over to IHS, so Aishin Kodo Bakwi Disha to respond to Honorable Slater Shache.
Yate Nana, Mr. Slater, thank you for the question, and I do appreciate your advocacy and your questions because they do keep us all on our toes. I do want to express that the information that I shared with my brother here is information coming from Mr. Lyle, Commander Lyle Setwin. So Commander Lyle Setwin did talk with me yesterday. He did send a text message. I will request for that information. He is in a meeting regarding Delcon water at this moment, so that's why he's not able to be here. But I will request for that information and send it over. The one thing I do want to also apologize for is that, and this is for every delegate, we may not have your current cell phone or your current contact information. That may be the problem. If that is, I would appreciate it if you might be able to share that with me, if there are any SDS or PDS projects that you are concerned with. That may be the issue, Mr. Slater. I do want to also express that in the response to the letter, the Indian Health Service, Commander Lyle Setwin, and myself, and what we wanted to work out with you was to try to address all the points that you made at NABI. We wanted to address the question that you had about trust responsibility, and we also wanted to cover a little bit about what PDS and SDS projects, the prioritization of that with IIJA. So after this meeting, I am very open to talking with you and just trying to get those particular elements of the letter so that we can create the narrative and share it with you all. But I do recall that you requested a letter to be submitted to Navajo Nation Council. And we will still do that. I just needed to know I and my Commander Lyle Setwin and myself just wanted to make sure that we had all of the items in order. So I do appreciate the question, and I will get that information and send it to you from Lyle Setwin, probably within the hour. I appreciate it. Do I continue to present?
Thank you, Ms. Keebilison. Vice Chair Slater. So there was a statement that that report will be given within the next hour. So does that suffice your point of privilege so we can continue to move forward? Vice Chair Slater?
Yeah, I'll continue my questions during the regular questioning period. Thank you. But this confirms that there was no contact made. I've texted with Mr. Setwin before, so I don't know why he wouldn't have my number.
Thank you, Vice Chair Slater. And Ms. Keith-Billison, we can expect that letter, that report within the next hour. I'm going to go back down to who's in queue. Oh no, there was still in questioning of responses to Honorable Karate's questions. So sponsor?
Okay, I had Nana speakers and then members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. At this time, I'd like to give some time over to IHS to respond to Shimasana, Honorable Amber Kinasbat Karate Doli.
Thank you again. There are a few things that I would like to express regarding this particular project, and I hope it really helps to understand, I hope it really helps to answer some of the questions that you may have out there. First of all, I would like to say thank you to Mr. Ricky Nez for your comments. I think that that is absolutely correct. There are 16 families that will benefit from this water line construction. However, the engineers on this project have planned and designed the water line to be bigger in diameter, which means that we're not talking about a small water line, we're talking about a bigger water line so that water will continue over the summit all the way down to connect with the other water lines for other communities. So I agree with that statement. To also mention or to also answer Sister Amber Karate's question, this project is not an SDS project. This is an active project, which means that there's already construction and we have passed the planning and design phases and it is in construction. Having said that, I do also want to express that the question regarding why are we not utilizing IIJA funding for this project. For those of you that may or may not know, the Indian Health Service provides an SDS letter to the Navajo Nation on a yearly basis. Very soon here, the Navajo Nation will be receiving an IHS letter of SDS projects, sanitation deficiency system projects in the near future, maybe around March or April. And what that document outlines is projects that are in the process of becoming project ready through a tiered process. But I do want to say that those SDS projects, IHS is looking to utilize IIJ funds for those projects. So there is SDS projects, if you all can recall from the 2023 list, there are over 4 pages of projects that are unfunded. So SDS does mean that the projects are unfunded. When an IHS person from sanitation facilities, construction, or myself, when we do say PDS, we're talking about an active project that has already been designed and planned, and in this case, there have been IHS funds awarded to this project. There was a question at Nabik Eyatgit Committee about whether or not IHS has ever utilized CHSIN funds and reimbursed the Navajo Nation. I did look into that process to be able to address the question that was on the floor that day. And I do realize that the Navajo area IHS has de-obligated CHSIN funds in the past, and those funds did stay within the Navajo Nation coffers. So in this, and I believe that that was a question on the floor to determine whether or not that could be the case in this project with this particular legislation. So I leave that with you, and to let you know that it sounds like that may be a possibility. So I also wanted to mention that I think that is it at this time. I know Mr. Peter Littlehat is online. I do recognize the rules of order here on the floor. I am not sure if you would like to consult with him as well, but I did provide, I believe, answers to all the questions that were raised. Ahiahat.
Thank you, Chair James, and also Ms. Keebilison. Colleagues, I'm going to go back to the floor for additional questions. We have Vice Chair Simonson, 5 minutes to the main motion.
Iheha Speaker Adoyat Ehebene Arnoldsko Kwan Hano Yahagi Ado Kodoshana Kwa Sabe Dana Hodit Ahin Hitatonin Sozagi Ado Kodo Bishmatas Anadanotlini Iheha Ado Oya Kwa Oltso Bahadishna Shida Lady Link Shili Luwasho Kwa Samiki Qua the Christian thing Hitli Kato, Shik Ada Shadna, Qua Hipato Lil, Dashalon, Bato Lil, Qua that the Dink do Height out a Qua Hada Dili, that did no, a Qua Nidelia, Ado Qua Hawan has a Masan, a Qua Satala, there or Ato Qua Neat Neho, Hajo Obelcheta needs Ashama. Quadi itkin do wenanjiko ajo ahaz the Christian in lady it chete je a chant de quoi on change hata dili do ian chete dili aro e kodon kaya lenigi kodo alt so chidil in bedi no jonne e kon a hanako naran a koho a chante dabedi no then hitchet lastly aro a quatlin hitchen jet do qua chia e la atalia de ade nhania e bechail aro qua no qua patahil ato qua tati tin do hashing soko e sa qua beyatat kio de aro ya sa de shit hadzi do nashos kan e shit away a shode di tro Etati no at this din do honachi. A court do tron he not no. A co o bahani zi do hashit aoka a hanago ko e ya Navajo Nation Council do Navajo Nation government because go a hanogo tro atin da den so oba to the case. Ado balache e ya DK I see netan jonen de tseto o yut zay hallo no zay o kon ta da yit no o ko o kwani nago kwa oyo asht ta huilia zain da hatla aro oyo yen ayat eho ta huilia nte di hotat en hitena zay to o ya da ye nle shagando wachiko e na ho konstiko njona go trota siye njonia on jona la ad satado le to o keya e ya chosh indo lesensen to ka anjono trota siye nte to age to ot zeya da yi no tsidel seda ist na hosh I kade opik edaya ni no the quick was she gets na hasna na hot iki okoho o ya o hat ba khoni zi okon hishin to hat nlete na bekaya honda ha dan da ol I do den nedan hillen da halne kunst edo kohot da no oko eya o ba hen snit oko an hima ke hat team ba ho de betro den aro h yana oka I see sani nasle ingi it oko eya obantas ke sto ha kodo shi ani kodo peso ani ben yenazl doche de dot inlinde jota inisto na aita okoshe ya isto na ni doles o shi o trodol nilche artskin lego e bansas casenle hot e doles shna ado I waive the rest of my time. Thank you.
Vice Chair Simonson waives the rest of her time. Are there any other questions, comments before I go back to reserve time? If not, I'm going to go back to reserve time. We have Vice Chair Slater with 4 minutes and 4 seconds, and Honorable Crotty with 3 minutes and 4 seconds.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and thank you very much to IHS and the sponsor for providing a little bit more clarification. But the main question that I had last week is why IHS cannot pay for an active project with the hundreds of millions of dollars that have come to Navajo area, and why the nation has to produce money to cover something that is in progress, as you said. It seems like the nation's being shaken down right now, and I don't like that. Like, we have our own needs and coffers to look after, and we've had a decline in revenue for the past 4 years, and we keep treating this government like a treat machine to just hand out money for things that the federal government is obligated to do. And that has not been answered since Budget and Finance. Why can't IHS fund this project? I'll reserve my time.
Reserve time of 3:10. Honorable Crotty with 3 minutes and 4 seconds.
I'll reserve my time, thank you.
Reserve time of 3:03. I don't see anybody else in queue, so I'm going to go back to the sponsor, Chair Vince James.
Yeah, thank you, Kodo Speaker, Ado Shache, Honorable Slater, Do Shamasanet, Honorable Don Crowdy, Kodo Shache, De Yin Na De Kitako. She the big ishti to ba akon senit benina Kodo base or ba na ini kahigi ya artskin law adult ni adult ni jokot ban si case and leko adonana koje kinahal kode be base on an dehi go ba hazeno jok na khaido na kina khaide shin da ad bana hot zendo le jokot she biget ishti ako na sos aslahan nanta Kodo and he has ando Washington aj basic that is inki ajo ayo hat a lane I hle ako okot out Kodo naba akon senche Honorable Slater ako ashi anid she dot hot aban this case ne ade jenel ego ko kot ko khalid kone la based on hije jede kwaigi do bek not no leda jokot jo konde not sos nan de hi gibni na hot ko ado base so ke that there's auditors that he ki jo kwaigi nanat iki ko Oko e shin lato e ya e hot ashibik it it kan kon de shin kodo na bahui dish alton not hardot zin le ko shaden linigi Miss Yvonne Key Bilson though so I'd like to give some time to her to respond to Honorable Slater though. Yeah.
Ms. Key-Billison?
Thank you. Ekehat Nana, Mr. Slater, for your question. I really appreciate that question. The reason for that is that you're right. You're right in the sense that IHS has this responsibility, and it is our responsibility. A couple in December, early December 7 to be exact, our office met with Mr. James and all of his chapters to provide them information regarding SDS projects and active PDS projects that IHS is currently working on. Based upon that information we provided to Mr. James and all of the chapters, all of the 5 chapters that he represents, they made a decision to understand that in this case, this project may get funded. I mean, it will get funded with IHS, but not right away. So the IIJA funding that came down from the federal government that we're all familiar with does come, and it comes in lump sums. The current active projects on the list for all 110 chapters across the Navajo Nation are projects that already have some partial funding or funding that has gotten it moving. The question that you have is, why is IHS not funding this project? It's because it is funded. It was funded to get to where it's at up to this point. Now, what the chapter would like to do is they would like to push it further and get it funded now so that that water line will be connected. But IHS eventually will fund that project, but just not right away. So I wanted to share that with you in reference to all of the active projects that are out there on Navajo. So it'll be considered for funding. It will get funded. That is our responsibility, but it might not be at the time frame that the chapter would like, sir. The other thing I wanted to mention is that there is a cost analysis in the legislation, the 1.3, and that is how the funds will be utilized for this project.
Thank you, Ms. Key-Billison. Does that conclude your responses? Okay. That does conclude her responses. Colleagues, we do have Honorable Toth Nguyen Q, 5 minutes to the main motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Aro kodo not ani ni clinical do legislation consultosigi peso ke keha konsla as kon hai jono shin etaslan de shin launa deskil ako I just do a lot of times they don't give us the money right away. I know there was a lot of money that was given to them. In my area, we've been waiting for long. I don't know why. The process is too lengthy. So how many chapters are in this situation? Ready to go, shovel ready, or whatever you call it, because we also need some water for our community, not only for Western area. I've been contacting Crown Point IHS, and they said it's being processed. Sand Spring, though, Rico Marcus, Netwitins and stuff. إيش أتخطاسته in the future. أشلاكيت yeah. That's the question I have. So I do support, yes, families because they need water. A lot of these are remote area. So I probably gonna sit down with IHS again, see where our project's gonna be. If I have to go this route, with Ashin start on Nisako, I don't know what the process, I don't know why it's taking so long, so. Aro di peso ko ebela is bela alejo. Is that all the, are we gonna ask for more later on? Is this the final, cost of this project? Ide be not here today, Shkito. Ashin, we're gonna meet again, just between my official and IHS. You got to look at 110 chapter water project. It ain't hitish kisako kodo e yahay behates to con e yahay belan linko. Ani hotel nabadhajopado totainzenko. I was surprised that there's no water. Of course, we can answer these, satisfy our community. So, Ideya, Korobe, this is a way of my time. Thank you.
Honorable Told waives the rest of his time. New in queue, we do have Chair Shondine Parrish, 5 minutes to the main motion.
Speaker Curley, good morning to my colleagues on the 25th Navajo Nation Council. It is good to be here in the chambers, and good morning to everyone who is listening online and here in the gallery. It's Shana, Chairman Vince James. It's good to see you up there again. I know we've had some robust discussion yesterday and today, and isn't it a great discussion to continue to talk about our water lines and the needs for bathrooms across the Navajo Nation. I think it's a continuation of the same discussion because we're passionate about serving our people. I also wanted to comment on some of the questions my colleagues from the Budget and Finance Committee have already asked and the obligation of federal dollars, the usage of federal dollars. So the set of questions that I have is about the obligation from IHS to fulfill these projects and the advocacy that we need to continue from the Health, Education, Human Services on the budget formulation and the advocacy for these projects. And fortunately, Chairman Vince James chairs Health, Education, Human Services. This goes back to, I guess, the concept of holding the federal government accountable to ensure that we use federal dollars before we even tap into Navajo dollars. And one of those solutions is through the ARPA dollars. I appreciate SHEDA Chairwoman Amber Knezwa-Crotty for adding the amendment at the Budget and Finance Committee to make this project reimbursable by ARPA dollars. That amendment happened through the committee and is a part of this legislation. But I guess my solution, an additional solution to this allocation would be to amend the proposed legislation before the council and bathroom additions to include water projects, to tap into Section 11 for water projects as well, so that we continue to use federal dollars to complete these projects instead of using Navajo dollars. So that's another creative solution I can think of, and how we can continue to service our Navajo families across the Navajo Nation, because the listing at the IHS is extensive. I've sat down myself and my 3 chapters, Kayenta, Denahoto, and Chilchimbito, with NECA, with IHS, with DCD, even Navajo Nation Water Management was there to really break down the needs of the water infrastructure in our region and area. So I do support the services for our people. However, my concern that I have is the funding process, the type of funding for this project. I think it's a great opportunity for each and every one of us here on the council to evaluate our needs with IHS and say, all right, I have this project that's just idle, and we need to find a creative solution to fulfilling it. So I think each and every one of us on the council have a project just like this in our area where we can work together to consolidate a list where we want to prioritize it through reallocation of ARPA dollars. That's another solution when we think about how, as a council, we want to work together to expedite the process to ensure that we work with IHS. I don't have any questions on the legislation, Speaker. Those are just some of the comments that I have about how we need to continue to be creative with our funding sources. It is really important that our families get water, but as a council, we need to be smarter about how, which funding sources that we're tapping into, because the CHS in itself, that is a different timeline than the ARPA. If we're prioritizing the expenditure of the ARPA dollars, why isn't it that we're prioritizing solutions to make it creative so that we can continue to open up the usage of those dollars? So my suggestion is continuous policy change and making sure that we can expand the usage for the sections that were laid out by the previous council. I have no questions. Thank you, Speaker. I waive the rest of my time.
Chair Parrish waives the rest of her time. I don't see anybody else in queue, so I'm going to return those questions back to the floor. Chair, the sponsor, Chair Vince James.
Speakers and then members of the council, Nana, to Honorable George Toth regarding his area and then New Mexico area. Adonana Kodod, Chairwoman, Honorable Shandine Parrish, ako yego ani itik ado ban saha case ako ditwon linigi ado halit au Indian Health Service edo hajo beltil nisto do hajo hilatel nista. That's Kokodo now Nation Department of Water Resource into a Heishi what in Hikanda Kahi Jokot Benadil Kid ako Ashi Anid a Shito Ahon Dishni Mikilbahas and Ahot Abe Hanasti ako Ashi don't need on so a hot or Hojo Patandani Ben Sis case ako. Ako ashi hit aho da benil neshashi idoni kodo not anini kliniki ako ashi de ya ikodo hat aha sito lekto shaden liniki kodo banat dish article Ms. Key Bilson on behalf of IHS ade bahata sohzito da adult kids linko so ashi kwai banat in shato lek.
Nana. Mr. George Toth, Ado Anol Toshanan, Shanat Ani Danolini. I would suggest that, and I've already started receiving information from the floor. I know that you're trying really hard to meet with the district engineers at the level, at the communities that you're at. And for most of you, you know that Kujishanan Nishishinda with the Navajo Nation. I worked with the Navajo Nation for 30 years, and then I transferred to IHS. When I got to IHS and I started assisting and trying to help, I learned this process a little bit better. And what I mean by that is that the district engineers that are out at many farms, Fort Defiance, Kayenta, Tuba City, they're probably managing over 400 to 500 projects that are active and inactive. And I started to see that I could provide you the information to help you make the decisions that you need to make each and every day. So when I met with Chief Chimbato chapter yesterday, we went over all their projects, and they started to see themselves as chapter officials. They started to see what kinds of things or what kinds of actions they could do to move their projects forward. And so I'm recommending, I'm just one person, but so far I've met with about 15 to 17 chapters, one-to-one. And they finally are able to have a dialogue with me about, it's complete. They're able to see the project summary, they're able to see the name list associated with that water line, and they're also able to see why a person's name is on that water line or cistern system or cistern project, and here that name is also on another project list because that water line is connecting. They're able to say, Shoya, Eya Benina Shandin Parish, Hunne, Eya Benina Di Kuja, Vince James, Hunne. I get it now, Shitbaus Kadenana Di Kwashanana Shite Shlita Nila. Dana, that's what happened yesterday. So I can meet with you and I can meet with your chapters to provide that information. And the information that we provided to Mr. James, my brother, and his chapters is where he came up with this solution. Our responsibility is to provide you the best support, the communication, and the information for you to provide, for you to be able to make the decisions you have to make. That's where my role is. So in reference to trust responsibility, yes, I understand that the Indian Health Service has a trust responsibility and is to provide this service. I just can't guarantee you when that funding will be there for that particular project. So I'm doing everything I possibly can to help you when you decide which budget you want to use, when you decide what you want to do. That's what our role is to provide you that information. So my little sister, Shandine, I understand where you're coming from in the sense that you're trying really hard to make these projects happen, and you may have to utilize other resources such as Section 11, but I can see what your ideology is. So with that, I just wanted to say that I hope that answers Mr. Toll's question. I can meet with you and your chapters, and I hope that provides some commentary to Ms. Parrish's comments.
Thank you, Ms. Kibilison. Colleagues, I don't see anybody else in queue, so I'm going to go back to reserve time. We do have reserve time by, new in queue, so I'll go to Vice Chair Yazzie first, and then we can go back to reserve time. Vice Chair.
Good afternoon, everybody, all my colleagues, everybody in the gallery, and those that are also listening online. And thank you for bringing anything water related to the floor for us to hear. It's very important. But my question is going to go to IHS. I wanted to know if IHS is working with Section 11 funds in the CJN 2922 legislation. Do you know how many are funded? How many have been completed? And also, does IHS have some type of mapping dashboard or a GIS dashboard to show all the projects that are on Navajo? That's my questions. Thank you. Reserve my time.
Reserve time of 4:10. Next in reserve time, we have Vice Chair Slater with 3 minutes and 10 seconds. Maybe he did, I see him in the gallery. And then next we will have for reserve time, Honorable Crotty with 3 minutes and 3 seconds. But we'll go first with Vice Chair. Vice Chair Slater, 3 minutes and 10 seconds.
Thank you very much, and thank you to IHS for confirming that this project will be paid for. We did have a meeting that was supposed to be with Mr. Setwin, but then he was called to DC and didn't communicate with Mr. Little Hat at the last minute. Then he came to a meeting with my 5 chapters back in November, and we still haven't received a written update on the project statuses of our projects. But Commander Little Hat at that time did, from his own memory, go through each of the projects that we had questions for. So I really appreciate his information and what he's contributed to us. But it seems to me this is the exact same thing that every single one of our communities is confronting. So we should all have equal access to CIHSN to fund these projects. There's nothing different if you have a PDS project that is confronting some issue in your community. In addition to that, you know, on Thursday there was mention of 2 other projects in addition to this project. And that's why I asked for in writing, what is this funding going to support specifically? And how does that tie into projects that might be on the SDS while this is on the PDS? But that wasn't provided then and hasn't been provided now. That said, I think in order for all delegates to be able to address water infrastructure across the Navajo Nation, if we're going to start funding these types of projects, we all need to have an equal opportunity to participate, because I don't think the hundreds of citizens and households that are in District 11 that currently don't have access to running water should be deprioritized relative to any other delegate region on the Navajo Nation. And that's what this legislation is doing. So with that said, I'd like to motion to table this legislation till no later than the summer session, so that we can add an amendment that will include all SDS and PDS projects into the legislation. I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve time of 1:07. Colleagues, there is a motion on the floor for a tabling motion, and that is, we'll update that here on the board first before I read that, and then I can recognize a second. Vice Chair Sater, if you could concur with the language on the board. It does read motion to table legislation 008-24 and bring back no later than summer session 2024 to include other SDS/PDS project listings.
You could all other SDS/PDS project listing, or projects. I would just say all other SDS/PDS projects, not listings or for, just leave projects.
Vice Chair Slater, we did update the board. Motion to table legislation 008-24 and bring back no later than summer session 2024 to include all other PDS projects as a possible amendment. Vice Chair Slater?
I think that's good. Delegate Crotty just raised an important issue about projects that are not under sanitation facility construction, particularly in New Mexico, related to laterals and other ones where the nation actually bears the responsibility. And I'd like to ask Mr. John how we could include that in this language, because those aren't SDS or PDS projects, as I understand. Or just say SDS, PDS, and other projects, other water projects. Yeah. And that's fine with me.
Thank you, Vice Chair Slater. Colleagues, that tabling motion is here on the board. Is there a second? Second by Honorable Lamardo Azeret. In regards to Rule 19 of our Council Rules of Order, the sponsor, at his option, may be given 3 minutes to express his reason not to table legislation. No other further debate shall be allowed. Chair Vince James.
Here, Speaker, although non-members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, although Shache, motion Kwado in Lagi, Honorable Slater, and then second, Honorable Azeret. I kindly request the committee to oppose this tabling motion, and the reason for that is we're going to interrupt the current active construction that is taking place. Adonana, the construction season is just around the corner. And if we table it into summer and we have the discussion there again, by the time we have that full discussion, construction season is going to be over again. Ako nihita na hajo pa adins and binian haadais na lako. Ado la nilt eya kwado be khaitzi ni ka adishwal chitna. Toben hije nahot it's that anil so ani each and every one of us beshma sa anni liniki toben hije nahot ako di kwadod o hot nadil so sto beta anni sho not nil jo hajo ba ho hinzen hidden na hajo ba denzen ako Adonana benachit atskilo to all of those other communities on the west side of Summit. Atskilo ba dahadol jishako chokot iban saha case. Nana the SDS project siki ilto you know some of them are not fully funded. Some of them still require right-of-ways to happen. Some of them still require big clearances to happen. Ako kodat ego na hinil ao do ya shkoda ako shisazi do hot in hit na itish kan ako kodon hit na basi zindo le ako Adonana the medical center in Delacan yego lato to yanda oka that facility that's opened up on that site ako ni hit na hajo ba dens and ako all the way into loop ako benina it's a big, vast area, geographical area of the western part of Summit. And then it also includes current active projects like in St. Michael, Shibija, the area, Honorable Jesus, it all commingles with all other areas. So, Ashon, that area, Quadon, Hidini, do Lechanat, no Cliniki, Obits Aje, Ashi anin nejono hiknil nesho kodol ka nail what do depending on our projects, our water line projects for the chapters that we represent. Thank you.
Point of privilege raised by Honorable Crotty.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Shadeja, appreciate it. I'd like to ask either IHS or Mr. John, I'm sorry, Shade Ms. Bilson, not just IHS, Shade or Shania, Jason, John. So if because I don't have a project timeline, remember I asked, so if this is an active construction, this is my point of privilege. This is an active construction, then if funding is provided for this construction cycle, where is it connecting to the water? Because the Gallup water pipeline requires an agreement. I just need to know, is it gonna be connected to a water and then water will flow if construction is completed this cycle? That's my question of privilege, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Crotty. I'm going to recognize that point of privilege and have Ms. Keebilison answer that question. And then following afterwards, we can go into a vote for the tabling motion.
Thank you, Shadeja, for that question. And this does go back to the comment that Mr. Slater expressed earlier as well. The timeline on this project is that I was talking to the district engineer. We're looking at about a year and a half to finish this project. In speaking with Ms. Jesus after Nabak meeting last week, as you know, both delegates, St. Michael's and Kendethachit, their boundary is right there at the summit. So there is a project that is reflected from lower St. Michael's going up toward the summit, and that's under Ms. Jesus' chapter. And then this project that we're discussing today attaches, the water line attaches there, and it moves over to Delegate James Kendethachit chapter. So both of them are active projects. They're both active projects and they're both being worked on. So in reference to the timeline to the water line from Gallup, Mr. Peter Littlehat is on this call at this moment, so he can provide additional information in terms of how do those timelines relate. And so that's a comment that I can share with you. That's my response in terms of both projects being active. In addition to that, as you go over the summit, all the way down to Ganado, cornfields, all those areas, and then south toward Mr. Azare's area, there are also active projects as well. Those active projects are in different stages. They're not all the same. And this is the reason why we've met with various delegates I've met with delegates and their chapters to make sure that they're aware where their projects are at. And in some cases, and this may be complex and hard to understand here. Okay, thank you. In some cases, there may be an SDS project in the middle of two active water line projects, if that makes any sense. So there may be an active water line project, or it may be what we call a scattered project, or it may be called a cistern project because they're too far away from the water line. In those cases, there may be an SDS project in the middle, and that's where delegates and chapters are becoming more familiar about. That's an SDS project, it's unfunded under IHS. Do all of those individuals, those homeowners in that area, did they finish all of their paperwork? In some cases, some of our chapter officials have even discovered that cases in which probate may be an issue for home site or additional policies they have to comply with. They've learned that and they're working with us. They're working with not only me, not only IHS and SFC, but we also work with NECA. We also work with NTUA. We also work with any of the other, in some cases, any of the other subcontractors that are working with our engineers out there to address these issues. So in order to answer your question, and this is why I'm really advocating to meet with the chapters, is because it provides them that information to understand what's going on. So I wanted to share that with you, Shadeja, because it is rather complex, but I assure you that we're doing our best we can to communicate. Thank you.
Honorable Crotty, did that suffice your point of privilege? I know you specified a specific question.
Shadeja, yeah, thank you. So I may need Mr. John, if this is what I'm asking in the timeline, it's being requested from the sponsor to fund this project. It's an active project for this construction period. And is water going to flow once that construction, or what's the timeline for water to flow from this project? And I could reframe the question if I'm not articulating it properly, Mr. John. Thank you.
Mr. Jason John?
I do not know the answer, so maybe Mr. Little Hat could respond. Yeah.
Mr. Little Hat? Is he here? I don't see him in the chambers. But he is on the line. Mr. Little Hat, if you're on the line, if you can unmute. Mr. Little Hat? Colleagues, we don't have any responses from Mr. Little Hat, so Honorable Crotty, if there's a specific document that you would need, and then we can work that with Ms. Key-Billison. I don't know if Ms. Key-Billison, if you have any of those answers to this question. Okay, Mr. Little Hat, if you can do *6. So I could call on Mr. Little Hat. Third call. Colleagues, so with that point of privilege, Shade, Honorable Crotty, I know that you specified for a question, but within our rules of order, it does specify for any additional documents. So I don't know if you want that in the form of a document, but it does state in our rules that it's for additional documents. Honorable Crotty.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Shadeja, colleague, sponsor. So for this point of privilege, Speaker, I'm gonna need this information because then that's gonna determine how to vote on this motion to table. Because if the community's active project, if funded today for this construction period, will get them access to water, that will change my vote on the tabling legislation. So I do need that information that this project is ready for funding this construction cycle. It's planned out to get done this construction cycle, and then water is going to be provided to the community members. That's what I heard, and so I just need that information verified from the federal IHS. Thank you.
Ms. Cubilison? Just clearly, just straight to the question.
Thank you. In my, Mr. Pete Littlehat is not able to unmute, but he did provide the information for me here. He says the water will be running in 1.5 years for chlorination and pressure testing. Water will be added to that line this year.
Thank you, Honorable Karate. Colleagues, will have 2 minutes on the board for the tabling motion. Forty seconds on the board, colleagues. Vice Chair Johnson. Thank you, colleagues. We have a vote of 4 in favor, 13 opposed, with Speaker not voting, so the tabling motion fails. Colleagues, it is now 12:03, and we do have 3 reserved time on the main motion. So I'll go straight to first in queue. We have Chair Jesus, and then we will go to reserve time. Chair Jesus, you have 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, and then also colleagues of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, Honorable Chair James, and also to your agents, good morning, and thank you for bringing this legislation here before us. This particular legislation has come before Resources and Development Committee and Budget and Finance Committee. And I think there has been sufficient information sharing, and I believe that Budget and Finance Committee had their position. So with that, Madam Speaker, I'd like to motion to cease debate and just vote on this legislation.
Thank you, Honorable Jesus. According to our rules to 12, any delegate can motion to cease debate, so recognized by the speaker. Cease debate shall not be debatable. It will be by a vote of 2/3 of the delegates casting votes. The speaker at her discretion may terminate debate at any time. And there has to be, prior to recognizing a motion to cease debate by a delegate, the speaker shall ensure that there is equal number of delegates speaking for and against the immediate pending issue before the council. So colleagues, with that, we have been in debate of this legislation about a little bit over an hour, and we had 8 delegates who have spoken to the issue, and we do have 3 reserved time. So if you're okay with the reserved time, we have Vice Chair Slater, Honorable Karate, and also Vice Chair Yazzie. Honorable Karate waves, Vice Chair Slater waves, Honorable Yazzie waves. So colleagues, we don't have any more reserved time, so I would just like to not recognize that cease debate, but just go straight into a vote. Motion to cease debate, forgot. Motion to cease debate on legislation 008-24. Colleagues, is there a second? Seconded by Honorable Toth. 2 minutes on the board. We have 30 seconds on the board. Vice Chair Johnson. Time expired on the board. Vice Chair Johnson, how do you vote? Vice Chair Johnson votes green. Colleagues, that's a vote of 13 in favor, 4 opposed, with Speaker not voting. The motion to cease debate carries. Colleagues, we will have 2 minutes on the board for the main motion. Colleagues, while we're in voting, I'd also like to recognize some former council delegates who have joined us in the chambers. We have former delegate Young Jeff Tom on the south side. We have Mr. Tom Chi on the south side. Mr. Paul Begay. We have Elmer Begay on the south side. And then we have Mr. Pete at City on the north side. And Mr. Lorenzo Curley on the south side. Thank you for being with us on the day 3 of our winter council session. And sorry, brother, former delegate too, Mr. Thomas Cody. Colleagues, we have less than 10 seconds on the board. Main motion vote. I'll just do a roll call vote. The time did expire on the board. Honorable Arvizo, how do you vote? There's no abstain. Honorable Arvizo votes green. Honorable Azeret? Honorable Azeret votes red. Honorable Norman Begay votes green. Honorable Shauna Antlaw votes green. Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Brenda Jesus. Honorable Brenda Jesus votes green. Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote? Votes green. Honorable Nathan Nota votes green. Honorable Shondine Parrish votes red. Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Colleagues, we do have the full vote here on the floor. There is 13 in favor, 4 opposed, with speaker not voting. So this was a 2/3 legislation which required 16 votes. So the main motion fails. Colleagues, this afternoon lunch is sponsored by Navajo Tribal Utility Authority, NTUA. So folks in the gallery, our staff, we do have enough lunch boxes for everyone and all of our visiting guests. Thank you, colleagues, and we will continue down with our agenda. All right, we can clear the floor and having our staff serve lunch. Colleagues, there was a request to recess for at least 15 minutes. I don't see any objections, colleagues. We are having lunch being served. So I don't see no objections, and we will recess at 12:14 p.m. and reconvene at 12:30. Colleagues of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, we did recess for 15 minutes to take a break for lunch. If you could, we can do another roll call before we reconvene. So if you're in here in the chambers, press your roll call button. Should I do my gavel? You ready? Colleagues, we are doing a roll call. Colleagues, if you're here in the chambers, please press your roll call button. For the record, we do also have Honorable Crotty in the gallery. We have Honorable Johnson in the gallery. Thank you, colleagues. We have 17 delegates here on the floor, and we will reconvene at 12:36 p.m. Honorable Crotty.
Oh, yeah, Speaker Curley, before we move on to the next legislation, I just want to recognize Shadeja here with Navajo Nation veterans, honorary woman warriors. They want to invite all the council delegates. They're going to have their first annual Navajo Nation veterans, women warriors workshop. Uh-huh.
And just basically just come together so that we hear voices from other females across the nation.
What date is that?
It's on.
Thank you, Speaker and colleagues, for your indulgence.
It's on February 18th. It'll be at the Civic Center.
February 18th at the San Juan
Farmington Civic Center.
Farmington Civic Center. If your staff can provide that information to all of our delegates, they're welcome to join the first annual. Thank you, Shadeja.
All right, thank you, Honorable Crotty. We will send out that notification and invitation. All right, colleagues, we are back onto our agenda. We are on Letter I, on new business, we do have legislation 0019-24. And primary sponsor, we have Honorable Curtis Unito. And we also have the co-sponsor here as well, Chair Parrish, and also myself. Colleagues, will we be having any questions? We will read the legislation to the record, and I can recognize a motion in a second.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Tracking number 0019-24, an action relating to an emergency in the Navajo Nation Council opposing Utah State Bill 57, Utah Constitutional Sovereignty Act, urging the 2024 Utah legislature to vote against Utah Senate Bill 57. Prime sponsor is Honorable Curtis Unito. Co-sponsor is Honorable Crystalline Curley. Co-sponsor is Honorable Shondine Parrish. This legislation is final authority with Navajo Nation Council. Per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, Rule 9, legislation has been read into record by electronic voice recording. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Colleagues, motion by Honorable Toth, second by Vice Chair Yazzie. Colleagues, I don't see anyone else in queue. Second call. Third call. 2 minutes on the board on the main motion. We have less than 1 minute on the board. Less than 20 seconds. Time did expire on the board. Honorable Crotty. Honorable Crotty votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson. Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. We have a vote of 15 in favor, 2 opposed, with speaker not voting. May motion carries. Thank you, colleagues. We are on legislation 0259-23, primary sponsor, Honorable Shondine Parrish. Ms. Johnson, could you help us read the legislation to the record?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Legislation 0259-23, an action relating to the Budget and Finance Committee and the Navajo Committee and the Navajo Nation Council approving the Navajo Nation President's appointment of Sean McCabe, CPA, as the Controller of the Navajo Nation. Prime sponsor is Honorable Shondine Parrish. There are committee reports from the Budget and Finance Committee dated December 27, 2023, recommending a due pass with no amendment, and a Navajo Committee report dated December 28, 2023, recommending a do pass with no amendment. This legislation is final authority at Nomination Council. Per Nomination Standing Committee, Nomination Rules of Order, Rule 9, legislation has been read into record by electronic voice recording. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Colleagues, do we have a motion on the floor? Motion by Vice Chair Johnson, second by Chair Jesus. I don't see anybody in queue, colleagues. Second call. Third call. 2 minutes on the board on the main motion. Thank you, colleagues. We have a vote of 17 in favor with 0 opposed and speaker not voting. The main motion carries. Colleagues, we are going down with our agenda. It is now 12:45 p.m. We have Honorable Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, members of the 25th Council, guests and gallery staff, and to former delegates. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Madam Speaker and members of the 25th Council, I'd like to make a motion to take legislation 0018-24 off the table. And there was a directive given to the Office of the Speaker to do a new budget for this legislation, and I hope the Office of the State Council also drafted the new language. So I'd like to make that motion, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Simpson. There's a motion on the floor. If you can look on the board, it is updated. It is a motion to take legislation 0018-24 off the table. We do have a second by Honorable Arvizo. All right, thank you, colleagues. We did get all the documentation. It is now at legal counsel. We did get those documents earlier this afternoon at 12 p.m., so it is now with Ledge Council. And colleagues, so we do have a motion and a second on the floor. Are there? So it will not be, we will go straight into a vote. There is a second by Honorable Arvizo. Colleagues, you have 2 minutes on the board. It will be a simple majority vote. Honorable Arvizo, how do you vote? We have 20 seconds on the board, colleagues. Honorable Arvizo, votes green. Chair Parrish votes green. We do have the full vote here from the council. We do have 17 in favor, 0 opposed, with speaker not voting. We have now taken legislation 0018-24 off the table. Primary sponsor, we have Honorable George Toth. Ms. Johnson, could you read that legislation to the record?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Legislation 0018-24, an action relating to an emergency for the Navajo Nation Council, approving $1,304,652.64 from the unreserved, undesignated fund balance to UFB for the 110 Navajo Nation chapters to replenish their emergency fund accounts so they are ready to address emergencies in their communities, waiving 12 NNC, Section 820E, Section 820F, Section 820J, and Section 820L to allow use of the UFB for recurring expenses. Prime sponsor is Honorable George Toth. This legislation was tabled January 23rd, 2024. Motion to table legislation 0018-24 and bring back once the budget documents are completed before the end of the winter session. This legislation is final authority at Navajo Nation Council. For Navajo Nation Council's Rules of Order, Rule 9, legislation has been read into record by electronic voice recording. Madam Speaker.
So this legislation already had a motion. It was by Chair Vince James. And it was second by Honorable Ricky Nez.
First up is Amber Crawley, 42 seconds. Danny Simpson, 20 seconds. Andy Nez, Billy Jesus, Janine Simonson, and Miles Joyce.
Okay. You guys have that lineup already? AC. So I do have the lineup here that, so we have reserved time by Honorable Crotty with 42 seconds. Honorable Simpson with 20 seconds. And then new in queue, Honorable Dr. Andy Nez, Chair Brenda Jesus, Vice Chair Jermaine Simonson, and Chair Vince James. Colleagues, I'm going to go down the line of who was in queue. First, we had Chair Brenda Jesus. This is 5 minutes to the main motion.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to motion to make an amendment to request $35,000 across the board for 110 chapters. I will reserve the rest of my time, Madam Speaker.
Reserve time of 4:45. Thank you, Chair Jesus, and that amendment is being sent out by email. All right, colleagues, this should be in your email. It is from Ms. Barbroff. Ms. Johnson, could you help us update all that on the board and also read amendment number 1 into the record?
Hold on, I sent it to myself. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Amendment 1 on page 1 at line 12 and on page 3 at line 26. On page 3 at line 29, delete overstrike $1,304,652.64 and insert $3,850,000. 2 on page 3 at lines 5 through 6, make the following change. Paragraph B, as soon as possible, these chapter accounts need to be replenished. Overstrike to the usual minimum amount for each chapter and overstrike. 3, on page 3, lines 8 through 10, delete the entirety of paragraph C as follows. Overstrike C, the Division of Community Development, DCD, has provided a list of the dollar amount needed by each of the 110 chapters to replenish each chapter's emergency fund account. This list is prepared by DCD, is attached here too as Exhibit 1. And overstrike 4 on page 3 at line 30, delete account, insert period, overstrike comma with each. 5 on page 4 at line 1, delete the entire sentence as follows. Overstrike chapter receiving the designated amount as shown in the attached Exhibit 1. 6 on page 4 at line 6, make the following change. Overstrike funds to each of the 110 chapters in accordance with Exhibit 1. New language underlined with $35,000 distributed to each chapter in equal amounts. 7 on page 4, starting at line 10, insert a new section as follows. Section 4, directive. Paragraph A, all 110 chapters are hereby directed to use the $35,000 allocation specifically for legitimate emergency activities in accordance with all applicable provisions in the FY 2024 Budget Instructions Manual. Chapters shall transfer any of the $35,000 allocation to other accounts or use any such funds or other purposes. Each chapter shall maintain proper record keeping for its expenditures of the $35,000 and other funds, if any, in their emergency fund accounts. Paragraph B, in accordance with the condition of appropriation adopted by the council in CS 78-23, the Administrative Services Centers under the Division of Community Development shall work with the 110 chapters to ensure each chapter completes a draft of its emergency fund management plan to present to the Resources and Development Committee by the end of the third quarter FY 2024 deadline established in CS 78-23. 8, replace Exhibit 1 with the new tables provided by the Division of Community Development that accompany this amendment marked as Exhibit A. 9, replace Exhibit 2 with the new budget form documents that accompany this amendment marked as Exhibit B. 9, replace Exhibit 3 with the new memorandum from the Office of the Controller dated January 23, 2024 that accompanies this amendment marked as Exhibit C. 10, replace Exhibit 4 with the new memorandum from the Office of Management and Budget dated January 24, 2024 that accompanies this amendment marked as Exhibit D. 11, renumber or reletter succeeding paragraph sections and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and Office of Legislative Counsel are authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and its exhibits to implement the council's intent in approving this amendment. This amendment supersedes inconsistent language in any other previous amendments. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. And we do have a second by Chair Vince James. Colleagues, are there any questions or comments on amendment number 1? We have Chair Vince James.
Here had Nanatan, speakers and members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. Shanat Ahnoch Lenigit Ashandet Eya E Kodon Hijen Dish Al Diden Hitkat Naznele A 35,000 Liki A Al Scott Eya Ebichen Kodod Ni Chokot A Benzi case Leco. So with my experience with my previous legislations that have failed, I understand that we're more of a council to move forward with equal distribution. So hopefully this amendment passes and this legislation passes. We don't support each other's for individual projects. Ya e kodobe ben seske so ashonde shanat ahno lenigi ado haj da ba yati ya e kodo ni chapters in linibe kendika. I know there's a lot of concerns and issues that each of our district areas, geographically, region areas, some of the areas don't get snow like other areas, but you know, with my previous legislation, I just see that this council only moves forward with equal representation for all the chapters. As not anis of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. Out there, I know the mountain range areas and those plateaus areas are being really affected at this point. Ako yego hashlish bin date na ako sa shin kodonat ani dani tling shigi. Some of us we have pavement up to the front door of our home as being the leaders of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. But please understand that our people are hurting out there realistically. They don't have the luxuries as some of us council delegates get to have pavement going up to our front doors. Ako ashon de e de ban so case. Ako an hot a e in da huist ako yego na hot e ako ako ashon de e ya. Even though this is just a small piece of it, it won't accommodate and it won't assist every family, every individual throughout the nation, but at least let us come together and help provide the service to our Navajo people throughout the whole 110 chapters. Some chapters might not have mud at this point. They're probably enjoying weather, but you know, sometimes they're affected with the monsoon during the summertime as well. And I know some of this emergency funds will give chapters over $100,000 in their emergency funds accounts. We will have several chapters that will be sitting over $100,000 just in their emergency funds, some in $80,000 range in their emergency funds account line item. Ashon did a codon hit not inch canto late or John hit in Napa, but candy kahako, Asian a codona or can Leniki, not ado lich not no Leniki of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. What are Bahadis Lenako? Let's support each other, let's support one another to get these fundings out there to our Navajo people, Navajo families, Navajo children's. Ashon de ado kot hidi nene ado hiits kon hayat ko ako arts konje in da hoist do arts konje hajo bat hidden edinzen hajo bat nanzon in sada case even yen ha da is ko kot ba hasti dole. So with that, Speaker, I'd like to waive the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair James. Waives the rest of his time. Colleagues, we do have a motion and a second for amendment number 1. I don't see anybody else in queue. We have Vice Chair Yazzie.
Good afternoon, everybody. Everybody here, my colleagues, everybody in the gallery. Also, thank you for lunch. I do want to just say for the future, I know we're going to continue to have climate crisis, climate damage, and it impacts our community in many different ways. Some of us have more snow in certain areas, and then when it melts, it impacts the lower areas, our lower regions. And so I think we need to look at, have a work session. We really do need to have funds in an account for this, because we haven't really addressed it. This is something that we just keep approving each year, but there needs to be some serious look at how we're going to really look at our crisis and have definitions of, you know, what that means. So that's one of the things I want to bring up. And so thank you, Delegate Toll, for bringing this to our committee and to us. I really do appreciate that. But that's what I would like to recommend, is we look at this in a serious way. I waive my time.
Vice Chair Yazzie waives the rest of her time. Colleagues, I don't see anybody else in queue. Second call. Third call. 2 minutes on the board for amendment number 1. 25 seconds on the board. Thank you, colleagues. We do have the full vote here from the floor. We have 16 in favor, 0 opposed, with speaker not voting. Amendment number 1 carries. Colleagues, we are back on the main motion. Again, the lineup, we have Vice Chair Simonson and Chair Vince James, and then I'll go back to reserve times. Vice Chair Simonson.
Yeah, Speaker Curley, Ado, Mr. Toth, as well as honorable colleagues, thank you for this legislation. Shinant atan alhenigi, Ado ni lego nahas ango belcha hanizano yaate. Yesterday, the president, or 2 days ago, the president made a comment about how he's really just been concentrating on this area up here in Delegate Andy Nez's region. And so, you know, just a reminder that we have the Zitlejin Mountains as well. And that's about 7,000 feet in elevation. And we certainly have all the mud and the snow. And so I'd like to just also educate you a little bit about the communities up in Black Mesa and Forest Lake and their high elder population. And so I really appreciate the amendment about encouraging and expecting emergency response plans from and with the help of DCD, because when you have chapters with high elder population, then it also talks to the kind of resources you have, and therefore you might not have the volunteers that are able to, you know, hike in those mud in high snow conditions. And so some of my areas also, I believe Forest Lake and Black Mesa doesn't have the CHRs, and so those are real valuable resources, especially during this time, because it's their assessments that help guide the chapter in making a proper emergency response plan. So and this is just something I see across the board. We expect our chapters to really do these magical things and really deliver a lot, but we don't give them the technical resources. And so that we give that support to our chapters so they could do those proper assessments. And in the event that, you know, all the resources are not available in a chapter, how can we support? And throughout our regions, I realized that I believe Apache County here tends to have more resources, whereas Navajo County does not. And I understand, you know, that's coming from different revenue sources that come to the state. And so there are also discrepancies there, and that some counties have more resources than others. And so in my region, I definitely have a county that doesn't have all the resources. So it's so thank you for that. And I understand, you know, where the work, I appreciate what our chapters try to do with the limited resources they have. I'll waive the rest of my time. Thank you.
Vice Chair Simonson waives the rest of her time. Next, we have Chair Vince James, 5 minutes to the main motion.
Thank you again, Speaker Kodo, Shanat Ahno Klinigi, Nana. Again, I just really want to emphasize that these fundings are needed at our chapters. We may have issues with individual chapters of ours, but please don't take that into consideration on voting on this legislation for our chapters. We have families out there that can't even go and haul water for themselves because the roads are too muddy. And they are out there boiling, melting snow just so they can get through the day. We have individuals out there that are walking to the outhouse as I speak, taking butt warmers to the outhouse, walking in the mud because they don't have running water. We have elders, disabled that have commodes right outside their doors, inside their home. A lot of our families do not have water line, and this is what they go through. And they can't go in get into their vehicle, just like the pleasure of some of us delegates. We can just jump in the vehicle and take off. They can't do that. Throughout the whole reservation, throughout the whole Navajo Nation. You understand? If you were raised in that fashion, you understand. Not on any as a 25th Navajo Nation Council. Ni hit the net that done hinel, ni hit it that there's hajo ba'adenzo, done hinel echo. There Benianeta, ni hit the net, our Navajo people are our bosses. And they look at the votes, they look at how we vote on certain things. Yen hinel yen ha'akunzen. Kot ela not ani, kot ana, na agit ela. So again, I encourage my colleagues here on the 25th Navajo Nation Council to vote in favor of this legislation to get $35,000 to the chapters. In this case, Nana Nachita Anish has Anje, Nahata Anish, OOC, OMB, now has all the different departments. I thought that East, when this gets through and goes through, please expedite and get the funding quickly to the chapters. Nana Kwajin Hanat An in Halaj, that's a Dahigi, President Boo Nigrin, Hananat Ado Hajita, in Saha case, Ado Hajita Bayat here. Maybe if we can improve it and get the documents to him immediately, staff from legislative branch, speaker's office, if it's approved here, take it over to him. Let him sign it within the next 24, 48 hours. All 5 of my chapters are in a very weathered issue at this point. I even get on my own chapters backhoe to assist my elderly, to assist my disabled. It's chapters CHR are hurting out there. Right now, because of the muddy roads, our CHR staff cannot even go to our elderlies. Check on our disabled members out there. Check on our veterans out there. Thank you.
Yeah, Chair James, we have Vice Chair Slater and also Honorable Arvizo. Vice Chair Slater.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I would like to just raise one issue, and that is the chapters have the responsibilities that they're fulfilling, and they're starting to do more in the face of, I'd say, a lack of support from BIA and NDOT, particularly on clearing and doing snow removal and assisting folks up to their homes. And I hope that the new director, Mr. Botero, will try and reinvigorate an initiative that we tried to start with Mr. Silversmith, where you could do some cost share or have some personnel that be split in their salaries between the Division of Transportation and the local chapters. It seems every single day that I drive into Window Rock, either a day after the storm or several days after the storm, N12 is not being cleared. And it is so incredibly dangerous on that road right now. And I hope that whoever is listening will take this to heart from both the DOT and the President's office, because, you know, the chapters can do what they can do with the limited funding that they have, but they're not responsible for these big roads. And it is really getting to a tipping point where once you get to the paved highway, that should at least be safe refuge. And now at this point, it seems like, you know, we just have to keep waiting until there's enough sunlight to see the snow removed. So it's a failure on the Bureau's part to empower the communities. They need to be using their graders, their operators on chapter routes, and they have been. They've been burning like $1,000 a week on diesel just to help our people out, and this funding is much needed. So I'll waive the rest of my time, but thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Vice Chair Slater. Waives the rest of his time. Honorable Arvizo, new in queue. You do have 5 minutes to the main motion.
Madam Speaker, Kya Otto Koro, Shinandai, 25th Navajo Nation Council. Speaker, if I may, and if I'm in order, I would like to add a directive to this legislation that when it passes and as soon as the President signs off on it, I would like OOC and OMB to get it out to the chapters as soon as possible, because right now we're in the mud areas, Ndahalito, Ajashi, Tlashipa, Ban I don't know which one is worse, but right now up against the Continental Divide on the chapters that I represent, if we could get these fundings out to the chapters as quick as possible. Madam Speaker, I reserve the rest of my time. If I have.
All right, thank you. Honorable Arvizo, there is a motion on the floor to include that directive language within the legislation. Legal counsel did say they would need at least 5 minutes to draft that language. Colleagues, we can recess for 10 minutes. I don't see no objections, so we can recess for 10 minutes. We can recess at 1:23 p.m. Colleagues, we'll proceed with a roll call to reconvene. Colleagues, we are doing a roll call to reconvene. Sergeant of Arms, could you assist us in checking some of the rooms to gather back the delegates back on the floor? Colleagues, we do have 14 council delegates back on the floor. We can reconvene at 1:36 p.m. Colleagues, we did recess to get a directive language to be included into the legislation. So, Ms. Johnson, can you read that directive and update that here on the board, and then I will recognize a second.
Underline the whole thing. Underline the whole thing for the new section. Thank you, Madam Speaker. On page 4, line 26, insert new section as follows. Underline Section 7 Directive. The Office of the Controller, Office of Management and Budget, and the Division of Community Development shall work together to process and disperse these emergency funds to all the chapters within 10 days of the effective date of this legislation. This shall be their main priority until completed, and underline. 2, renumber or reletter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel are hereby authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and its exhibits. To implement the council's intent in approving this legislation, this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other council amendment, which language shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. We do have the amendment on the board here. Colleagues, is there a second? We have a second by Honorable Norman Begay. Colleagues, any questions or comments on the directive? Second call. Third call. 2 minutes on the board for the directive. Vice Chair Slater votes green. One minute on the board, colleagues. Honorable Crotty, Vice Chair Johnson, Chair Parrish. Chair Parrish, Vice Chair Johnson. Colleagues, we do have a vote of 15 in favor, 0 opposed, with Speaker not voting. Amendment number 2 carries. Colleagues, we are back on the main motion. We do have in queue Honorable Helena Nesbegay, 5 minutes on the main motion.
Oh, yeah, good afternoon to Speaker for giving me, acknowledging me, and then Ado and I Delegate Tolt for bringing this legislation to us. Ado and I, 25th Navajo Nation Council, and then our staff and our guests in the gallery. Sheya Kodo, you know, Koho Ani Yego Hashlishin Dahadle, and we see all these vehicles parked along the road. And me, personally, I won't feel safe that my vehicle is parked on the road. And, you know, we need to start thinking about maybe putting gravels to the individual's house. We need to start thinking about that. I mean, this happens every year. We have elders that are out there, and I've been through that for many years. Though we have students, children that go from their home to the bus stop on the highway. Of course, some of these, like BIA, they don't want to even grade from the highway to a student's house, even to an elder's home. Of course, somewhere they need to work with us too. When we need help, when we ask of them, they need to, you just don't ask anybody for help if it's not necessary. But when you need help, you know that that help is needed there. BIA needs to listen to us too. They need to help us grade the road to an elder's home, or even to children that get on the bus. I call ADEA, we need to probably start planning something for those things, for the roads. You see, although I need this legislation, we need to support it, because we have elders that some of them stay home alone, so we need food for them. And you see, So if we can get the money out to the chapters as soon as possible, that with the directive, you know, we need to really stand behind it and make sure that it's done. We can't wait like another month or two. We need it now because we need to, the chapter needs to buy some chish and deliver it out to our elders and even to the single parent that with small kids, they need woods too. So Ashon, the 25th Council, please support this legislation. This is all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Helena Nesbigay. I'm going to go back to reserve time. We have Honorable Crotty with 42 seconds.
Yeah, Shadeja, I'd like to offer an amendment, if the staff can read it into the record, and I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve time of 36 seconds. Ms. Johnson, could you help us read amendment number 3 into the record? Then I will recognize the second.
I do not have it.
Thank you, colleagues, for your patience. It is being somewhere lost in the cloud here through email.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Amendment 3, 1 on page 1 at line 12, and on page 3 at line 26, on page 3 at line 29, delete $1,304,652.64 and insert $3,451,969.64. 2 on page 1 at line 16, add the following new clause. After communities, semicolon, new language underline, add, and providing $2,147,317 to the Navajo Nation Department of Emergency Management to address emergencies across the Navajo Nation, semicolon, and new language. 3 on page 1 at line 17, add the following new clause. After expenses, underline and waiving section 820M regarding the analysis required by the Office of Management and Budget, and underline. 4 on page 4, starting at line 10, insert new section as follows. New language underline section 4, approving an additional $2,147,317 from the UUFB for the Navajo Nation Department of Emergency Management. Paragraph A, the Navajo Nation hereby approves an additional $2,147,317 from the UUFB to the Navajo Nation Department of Emergency Management for emergency purposes as shown in the attached Exhibit 5. B, this supplemental appropriation shall be from those funds that exceed the minimum fund reserve balance in the UUFB required by 12 NNC Section 820J as determined by the controller. C, upon the effective date of this action, the approved UUFB funds shall be transferred to the Department of Emergency Management in accordance with Exhibit 5. D, as provided in 12 NNC Section 820N, the UUFB funds approved herein shall lapse at the end of fiscal year 2024 unless the Nomination Council decides otherwise by a 7/8 vote. End of new language. 5, add the new Exhibit 5 consisting of budget forms dated January 22, 2024, and a memorandum from the Office of the Controller dated January 23, 2024. 6, on page 4 at line 12, add the following. After expenses, underline and waiving Section 820M regarding the analysis required by the Office of Management and Budget in underline. 7, on page 4 at line 16, add the following. After expenses, period, underline. In addition, the nomination hereby waives Section 820M regarding the analysis required by the Office of Management and Budget because such memorandum is not available at this time, and underline. 8, renumber or relater succeeding paragraph sections and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel are authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and its exhibits to implement the council's intent in approving this amendment. This amendment supersedes inconsistent language and any other previous amendments. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson, for reading amendment number 3 into the record. Colleagues, do we have a second? Seconded by Honorable Helena Nesbegay. Colleagues, questions on amendment number 3? We have Vice Chair Slater.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and thank you, Shema, for offering this amendment. I'm trying to understand precisely what's going to be accomplished here. It looks like an unmet needs request from the Department of Emergency Management. I see normal things in here, like, mileage for, fleet vehicles, some office supply things, parts and supplies, all that stuff. But I'm trying to understand how we get all the way up to, like, was it $2.5 million? And it looks like there's 250,000, says emergency assistance, stockpile firewood, water, and food boxes. So it's about 2,200 per chapter. And then there's $20,000 for a storage garage, $60,000 for a heavy-duty generator. It says for fares and search and rescue. $120,000 to buy a 1-ton truck, $900,000 for command units, $210,000 for specialized vehicle, and then 2 snowmobiles. I'd like to understand from the program what the command units are. That's nearly $900,000, and what purpose they're going to serve. I'm going to be very frank. Almost all the interactions that I've had in my term as a delegate with the Department of Emergency Management generally ends with them putting their hands up and saying, well, NDOT has to do this or BIA has to do that in terms of clearing snow to the road and providing, say, food assistance, firewood assistance, things of that nature. And I don't want to plug, $2 million into a program to get those same sorts of responses. So, I need some sort of assurance or some sort of commitment or clear explanation instead of just the general, if we have more money, we'll do a better job. Because, NDOT has money for more operators, but it doesn't mean that they have operators. There's other structural issues that we think we can just throw money at and we'll fix the issue, but it doesn't actually change anything and actually reinforces the systems we have in place that fail our people. And that's a point I've been trying to make consistently about how we appropriate funding, but it seems we're more concerned with just fake moralizing. So, Shema, if you can get someone from the program to explain how this is going to be deployed. We have elders in waist-deep snow in wheat fields in Sayali and Lukachukai, and they had to wait days and days and days. Some of them were trapped because they were on travel, And they luckily had people who could put them up for a couple nights in, St. Michael's and elsewhere. But, this is only 2 snowmobiles, and I don't see any snow removal equipment or anything there. So I want to see the strategy that's going to match this, and that's what I'm looking at. I'll reserve my time. Thank you, Speaker.
Reserve time of 1:57. Colleagues, I don't see anybody else in queue. I want to relay that question to the motioning party of amendment number 3. Delegate Crotty.
Yeah, thank you, Shash, for the question. I'm not sure, I'm looking in the galley, and I'm not sure, is there someone here from Department of Emergency Management? So Speaker, staff, if we could, I know Mr. Rory Etzity is the commander for the current emergency Operation Winter Storm 2024. And so they've been having daily meetings at Navajo Department of Transportation. And so in those communications is where we had the conversation in addition to supporting the chapters. That operation has also received numerous 213 forms and have deployed. So there was a summary provided to the council. It was emailed out, I believe, yesterday. So there's a report there that gives you a daily summary of what the command center and how they've been supporting the different chapters and regions across Navajo Nation when it's come to this emergency response. But I could not answer the question regarding Delegate Slater asked about you asked about the command unit. And so that's a vehicle from the request from Department of Emergency Management, who will be the program to receive the funding. But in my experience, when there's emergency response, who I saw in the room was police department, EMTs, CHR program was there, represented by Navajo Department of Health. DCD was there, the ASC office were there providing. I know that they're volunteering and taking calls. And so from those conversations, I asked, what would we need to enhance the Navajo Nation Central response? But I would need the program to provide the answer for Delegate Slater regarding the command unit. And I would need verification if he received the report that Emergency Management provided on Operation Winter Storm, because that gives you an idea of the overall Navajo Nation response. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Crotty. And if you're joining us on Zoom, Navajo Nation Department of Emergency Management, if anyone is on call from that department, you can also press *6 to unmute. In the meantime, we'll resend that email out from Ms. Johnson that will go out to the 25th. I don't hear any representation from emergency management on the call, so we can just carry forth, colleagues. But as mentioned, Ms. Johnson will send out that recent report that we got through the email. Colleagues, are there any other additional questions on amendment number 3? Go back to reserve time. Vice Chair Slater with 1 minute and 57 seconds.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and thank you, Shema Delegate Crotty, for your response. I guess, you know, what I'm trying to say is I want to see an explanation of how the funding is going to tie into the response with more specifics and not just the paragraph that explains the unmet needs. And I was hoping that we would see something to that effect. The two snowmobiles, you know, is that enough? You know, like what sort of analysis was put in place to justify these different items that are put in there? I feel like I just keep saying the same thing over and over again. I mean, I'd like to see a narrative. I'd like to see a justification. Right now, it just says this is going to help us, and we seem content with that. If there are things that we could do that would increase the response beyond what they were told to work with, you know, I have no idea because they're not presenting to us. So I don't know. I got to think about supporting the amendment. I would like to think that it's going to be helpful, but you know, we just buy so much stuff as a nation. And if these are for positions, like they're gonna have to get hired immediately, and then, you know, is that gonna actually take place? Is there the appropriate support to emergency management from the Human Resources Department, from the President's office to get these positions filled? How long is it gonna take for the, you know, the budgets to get set up for all this? You know, is it really realistic that those positions will be occupied? And it's something where, you know, if this had gone through the ordinary committee process, we would have been able to discuss at Budget and Finance how we could make sure they have sustained funding for positions that are needed. So thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Shema Delegate Crotty, for offering the amendment.
Thank you, Vice Chair Slater. Motioning party to amendment number 3, Honorable Crotty.
Oh, yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. Shaj, I think the conflict is right now there's still an active operation with the winter storm, and so do apologize that there's not individual here to ask your question. What we can do at Budget and Finance is ask for a report in terms of strategically how the program will implement, and get the information that's needed and provide that to Navigiatia so that the full council's aware of how DEM is going to deploy. I do want to, you know, in my work with DEM, I understand the frustration, but colleagues, there's only 2 personnel across all of Navajo Nation. And so we really need to look at, as I mentioned before, what's the Navajo Nation plan in responding to emergency management, and that's something that we could do collectively. So this is just another layer since they are responding, and we could look at the 213s and as a nation work with leadership on how we want this response. If I just may, because what I think is we should also focus on a regional response, and if that's by agency, since some of our communities may not be impacted by either certain weather systems because of how large our nation is, and also the search and rescue component. And so we're just trying to build up our response, and they do support the chapters, and hopefully they could maybe be the entity that provides that technical assistance, because they provide training like for CERT teams, so that they could be a certified emergency response team. I know in my district I have, I think, 3 chapters that are CERT certified, and that really helps with our emergency response at the local level. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Crotty. Again, we don't have anybody on Zoom with the Department of Emergency Management. Colleagues, I don't see anybody else in queue. Second call. Third call. 2 minutes on the board for amendment number 3. Colleagues, we have less than 20 seconds on the board. This is for amendment number 3. Vice Chair Johnson, Vice Chair Slater, Vice Chair Simonson. Time did expire on the board. Vice Chair Johnson, how do you vote? Vice Chair Johnson votes green. Vice Chair Simonson, how do you vote? Votes green. We have 16 in favor, 0 opposed, with Speaker not voting. Amendment number 3 carries. All right, colleagues, we're going back to the main motion. It is now 2:06 p.m. Next, we have for reserve time, Honorable Simpson with 20 seconds waives his time. Next, we have Chair Jesus with 4 minutes and 45 seconds.
Yeah, thank you, Shadeja, Speaker Curley, Otto. Thank you, colleagues of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, for proposing your amendments to this legislation. And again, as a Resources and Development Committee representative, we diligently want to work with the chapters in hopes that chapter leadership that are listening on this particular subject, being on the call, and also chapter administration staff. Going forward, it is in the best interest of Resources and Development Committee to have our chapters be accountable for the funds that are going out to the chapters, for the very intent of why these funds go out. So again, in time of emergency, our chapters do need the assistance. And I just want to commend Apache County District 2 and District 3 for always assisting the 2 communities that I currently have it within my district. And again, I know that Navajo Department of Transportation, now that Division Director Platero is in there, he wants to come back and circle back around with Resources and Development Committee and really strategizing on how we can go forward and working collectively together. And thank you, Cecilia, Vice Chair Slater, for bringing that up, where they do need to take the responsibility with Bureau of Indian Affairs and really monitoring Route N12. And I did notice that also in the community of Fort Defiance, St. Michael's, and down to Oak Springs to I-40. So again, I did take some notation, colleagues, and I just want to also say in conclusion that I really appreciate your support for this legislation. And I'll go ahead and waive the rest of my time, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Chair Jesus waives the rest of her time. Next, for reserve time, we have Honorable Crotty with 36 seconds.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Shadeja. I appreciate it. What's important that we can do at Budget and Finance are working as Nabikiatian is get a report back on how the chapters are utilizing these dollars, who's been trained, who has their emergency plan, because I think it's in terms of transparency, and if individuals are contacting the chapter and they're not responding or deploying, we also, although the delegate doesn't have control at that time, we could provide them the training and technical assistance they need. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Crotty. Colleagues, I don't have anybody else in queue, and I don't have anybody else for reserve time. No, there's no reserve. Thank you, colleagues. We have Vice Chair Yazzie in queue. 5 minutes to the main motion.
Good afternoon again, everybody, colleagues. And I think part of this discussion too would have to happen from the Law and Order Committee, because The emergency team is also under us, and we are the oversight. So I think we do also need to help in gathering this data, just to kind of help assure my colleagues that, you know, we're working with our chapters and also our programs to do the best that we can. So I'll make sure we get that on our next agenda. I waive the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Yazzie. Colleagues, I don't see anybody else in queue. No reserve time. Second call for questions. Third call. Ms. Johnson, could you help us with a second reading? And then we will go straight into a vote.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Amendment 1 on page 1 at line 12 and on page 3 and at line 26 on page 3 at line 29. Delete $1,304,652.64 and insert $3,850,000 on page 3 at lines 5 through 6. Make the following change. Paragraph B, after replenished, overstrike to the usual minimum amount for each chapter, comma. 3 on page 3 at lines 8 through 10, delete the entirety of paragraph C as follows. Overstrike paragraph C, the Division of Community Development, DCD, has provided a list of the dollar amount needed by each of the 110 chapters to replenish each chapter's emergency fund account. This list is prepared by DCD, is attached hereto as Exhibit 1. 4 on page 3 at line 30, delete underline period, overstrike, comma, with each. 5 on page 4 at line 1, delete the entire sentence as follows. Overstrike chapter receiving the designated amount as shown in the attached Exhibit 1. 6 on page 4 at line 6, make the following change. Overstrike funds to each of the 110 chapters in accordance with Exhibit 1, underline with $35,000 distributed to each chapter in equal amounts, and underline. 7 on page 4, starting at line 10, insert new section as follows. Underline section 4 directive, paragraph A. All 110 chapters are hereby directed to use the $35,000 allocation specifically for legitimate emergency activities in accordance with all applicable provisions in the FY 2024 budget. Instructions manual. Chapters shall not transfer any of the $35,000 allocation to other accounts or use any such funds or for other purposes. Each chapter shall maintain proper record keeping for its expenditures of the $35,000 and other funds, if any, in their emergency funds accounts. B, in accordance with the condition of appropriation adopted by the Council in CS-78-23, the Administrative Service Centers under the Division of Community Development shall work with the 110 chapters to ensure each chapter completes a draft of its emergency fund management plan to present to the Resource and Development Committee by the end of the third quarter FY 2024, deadline established in CS-78-23. 8, replace Exhibit 1 with the new tables provided by the Division of Community Development that accompany this amendment marked as Exhibit A. 9, replace Exhibit 2 with the new budget form documents that accompany this amendment marked as Exhibit B. 9, replace Exhibit 3 with the new memorandum from the Office of the Controller dated January 23, 2024 that accompanies this amendment marked as Exhibit C. 10, replace Exhibit 4 with the new memorandum from the Office of Management and Budget dated January 24, 2024 that accompanies this amendment marked as Exhibit D. Amendment 2 on page 4, line 26, insert new section as follows. New language, Section 7, Directive, the Office of the Controller, Office of Management and Budget, and the Division of Community Development shall work together to process and disperse these emergency funds to all the chapters within 10 days of the effective date of this legislation. This shall be their main priority until completed. Amendment 3 on page 1 at line 12 and on page 3 at line 26. On page 3 at line 29, delete $1,304,652.64 and insert $3,451,969.64. 2 on page 1 at line 16, add the following new clause after communities, semicolon, underline, add, providing $2,147,317 to the Navajo Nation Department of Emergency Management to address emergencies across the Navajo Nation, semicolon. 3 on page 1 at line 17, add the following new clause after expenses, underline, add, and waiving section 820M regarding the analysis required by the Office of Management and Budget. 4 on page 4, starting at line 10, insert new section as follows. Underline section 4, approving an additional $2,147,317 from the UUFB for the Navajo Nation Department of Emergency Management. A, the Navajo Nation hereby approves an additional $2,147,317 from the UUFB to the Navajo Nation Department of Emergency Management for emergency purposes, as shown in the attached Exhibit 5. B, this supplemental appropriation shall be from those funds that exceed the minimum fund reserve balance in the UUFB required by 12 NNC Section 820J as determined by the controller. C, upon the effective date of this action, the approved UUFB fund shall be transferred to the Department of Emergency Management in accordance with Exhibit 5. D, as provided in 12 NNC Section 820N, the UUFB funds approved herein shall lapse at the end of fiscal year 2024 unless the Navajo Nation Council decides otherwise by a 7-8 vote. And new language. 5, add the new Exhibit 5 consisting of budget forms dated January 22, 2024, and a memorandum from the Office of the Controller dated January 23, 2024. 6, on page 4 at line 12, add the following. After expenses, underline N, waiving Section 820M regarding the analysis required by the Office of Management and Budget in new language. 7, on page 4 at line 16, add the following. After expenses, period, underline. In addition, the Navajo Nation hereby waives Section 820M regarding the analysis required by the Office of Management and Budget because such memorandum is not available at this time, and underline. 8, renumber relater succeeding paragraph sections and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel are authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and its exhibits to implement the Council's intent in approving this amendment. This amendment supersedes inconsistent language and any other previous amendments. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Colleagues, we will have 2 minutes on the board. This is a 2/3 legislation. For the record, Chair Parrish votes green. Chair Crotty votes green. Less than 30 seconds on the board. Vice Chair Johnson. Vice Chair Johnson votes green. Colleagues, that is a vote of 16 in favor, 0 opposed, with Speaker not voting. May motion carries. Right, moving on to letter K, legislation 0265-23. We do have Chair Mitch James coming up to the presenters table. And also Chair Amber Kissenbach-Crotty. Ms. Johnson, could you help us read that legislation into the record?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Legislation 0265-23, an action relating to the Budget, Finance, Health, Education, and Human Services and Navajo committees to the Nomination Council, waiving Section XB, Section 10B1E of the Nomination Personnel Policies Manual, approving $3,535,773 from the unreserved undesignated fund balance to the Office of the Controller for the payout of excess annual leave to all executive branch and legislative branch employees. Prime sponsors are Honorable Norman M. B. Gay, sponsor Honorable Amber Knasba-Crotty, sponsor Honorable Vince R. James, sponsor Honorable Andy Nez. This legislation has committee reports. Committee report from the Health, Education, Human Services Committee dated December 20, 2023. Recommended do pass with no amendment. Budget and Finance Committee dated December 27, 2023. Recommended do pass with no amendment. Navikiatik Committee report dated December 28, 2023. Recommended do pass with no amendment. This legislation is final authority at Nomination Council. Per Nomination Council Rules of Order, Rule 9, legislation has been read into record by electronic voice recording. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Colleagues, we do have a motion by Honorable Toth, second by Honorable Helena Nesbegay. Colleagues, I don't see anybody else in queue. Second call. Third call. 2 minutes on the board, colleagues. Time did expire on the board. Honorable Toth, how do you vote? Votes green. Vice Chair Slater, how do you vote? At the time they go out on the board.
I'll vote green.
Okay. Colleagues, we do have a vote of 15 in favor, 1 opposed. Vice Chair Johnson? Oh, Vice Chair. Okay, Vice Chair Johnson voted green. So that is a vote of 16 in favor, 0 opposed, with Speaker not voting. Main motion carries. Colleagues, we are down to legislation 0002-24. Vice Chair Slater?
Thank you very much. Speaker, I understand that legislation 2024 is ready and available for council consideration, which is the funding from the UFB for the Navajo Election Administration for the 2024 Navajo Nation elections. I'd like to motion to suspend the 4 rules and add this to our agenda. Not add it wherever it needs to be added, but as late as possible so we don't disrupt the current order of legislation right now, out of respect for all the other legislations that are on there. So I'll reserve my time, but that's my request. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Slater. There's a motion to suspend floor rules to add on emergency legislation. That is legislation 0020-24. And it is a 2/3 legislation, so it will be going next on the agenda. Before I recognize a second, I would like to have Ms. Johnson to read that title into the record.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Tracking number 0020-24, an action relating to an emergency for the Navajo Nation Council approving $965,485 from the unreserved undesignated fund balance, UUFB, for the Navajo Election Administration for its expenses in preparation for the 2024 Navajo Nation elections, waiving 12 NNC, Section 820E, Section 820F, Section 820J, and Section 820L. Prime sponsor is Honorable Crystal Lane Curley. This legislation is final authority of Navajo Nation Council. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. It is, do we have a second? Second by Vice Chair Johnson. Thank you, colleagues. I don't see anybody else in queue for a question to motion to suspend floor rules. It will question, Chair James.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. I do raise a question to the amendment here. Kodo emergency legislation did not bahanane zi kodo. And the 2/3 votes will eventually come before all of the majority votes. Kodo the motioning part in Ohlinigi, can we get through the majority legislations and bring this back up at the end of the agenda? I know Kodo, we have been agents for a lot of these legislation for the majority of votes have been with us yesterday, throughout today again. Ado, Nana, we're pulling them away from their work duties, but motioning party kindly just requesting if we can put this at the end or withdraw your motion and bring it back at the end of the agenda to get through these other legislations that are majority votes. Agenda in general, bikahonil on hayat nan hitish nitobe hanas ko ashon de ko shishizito hota bahanana sito le reserve my time. Speaker, thank you.
Reserve time of 3:46. Vice Chair Slater, guidance from legal counsel is that if we're going to put this on anywhere else towards the agenda, it would have to be withdrawn and then added on as a motion to suspend full rules at that time. So, but if the motion still stands, it would go first as a 2/3 legislation. Vice Chair Slater.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and thank you, Shinsuri Delegate James. I guess before I agree to that, which I do agree in principle with it, or I guess after I agree with it, can you just explain and give the council a rundown on all the legislations that were tabled to the end of the agenda that we haven't passed? I think B and C are two of them. I just want to make sure we're all on the same page so we know what needs to be brought back, and we can think about that when we do motion for this again. But I'm happy to wait until after item O to consider this. I think as long as it's passed in the next couple of days, will be good. Thank you. So I agree.
Thank you, Vice Chair Slater. That is a withdrawal. Is that correct? Vice Chair Slater withdraws. And in regards to your question, there is new business C, legislation 0246-23, sponsored by Chair Brenda Jesus, was also tabled, 2/3 legislation that was also tabled towards the end of the agenda, or before new business adjourns of this session. So that is the other legislation as well. Right, thank you. And does the second concur, Vice Chair Johnson? Vice Chair Johnson, concurrence with the withdrawal? Concurs. Colleagues, we will continue back with our agenda here. We are on legislation 0002-24. We have the primary sponsor here, Honorable Chair Vince James. Colleagues, will we be having any questions, comments? I don't see anybody in queue. Second call. Third call. Oh, we will read that legislation to the record. I did do a second call and a third call for questions, comments, and we go to a vote. Colleagues.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Legislation 000.
That clarification, we didn't do a motion in a second. So that was on the motion to suspend floor rules. Clarification, we're reading the legislation to the record, then recognize a motion and a second.
Legislation 0002-24, an action relating to the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, Budget and Finance, and Nabakia Committees, and the Navajo Nation Council approving $446,595 from the unreserved, undesignated fund balance for the Tuhatchee Area of Opportunity and Services, Inc., for the purchase of 11 new vehicles to provide transportation services for its clients. Prime sponsor is Honorable Vince R. James. Co-sponsor is Honorable Nathan Nota. You have committee reports. Health, Education, Human Services Committee, dated January 16, 2024, recommend the do pass with no amendment. The Budget and Finance Committee, dated January 17, 2024, recommended table with no amendments. The Navajo Committee report dated January 18, 2024 recommended do pass with no amendment. This legislation is final authority at Navajo Nation Council. Per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, Rule 9, legislation has been read into record by electronic voice recording. Madam Chair, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. We do have a motion by Honorable Crotty. Is there a second? I'll recognize a second by Honorable Nathan Ota. I do see delegates in queue, so we will have 20 minutes for a presentation. Chair Vince James.
Okay, thank you. Speaker and members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, Quadol Legislation 0002-24. I thought we weren't going to a presentation, but I guess we are. So with that, Quadol Tohaichi Eya Ajit has Anko Taus Bedi no Nihik ein leni bich in da huist ko ado had egita ado laed ad do hojon bich da the bell bich nas ko bakan da lo e hot has an le ko ajit e ya kodo has aniki shija Mr. Key ya ajit hot abananish nicht Ado the cult shin dal neshako Ajin hidden and liniki a hot yatata the ka Ado nana yanda o kan lo benanish lini de ajiko Ako di de latata chidin liniki bachido ich Na ado benachet chinada ido chinada yos ido lich beniyet quadon hitato nani kaisalinko Ako nihie kwado nihie has under executive branch. Ya ajit beso bado Navajo Nation Division of Social Service. Be has ani hot abet hatit benina. Ako benina ya kwado dan chinan hista ako Division Director Mr. Thomas Cody. Adonana back on the 23rd and the 24th Council. Ita beso ya nadet and akonde hashit au ado beninani holonigi benina shit adon chide ita chidast et ako ado nana beson denigi be da deep it's akotza ako beso ya but be ado beson hilhanani de koje UUFB has anjen Ako aj beso bihnani teo ade but bihnani te engi kodo nde ni kedo benyan hitato nil so ako kodo labe as link go te bin de zit jo by 8 months. That's when December comes into effect again. By then these vehicles would have to be purchased. If not, it would be reverted back into the UFB account again. In his carryover policy, beninat hot echo. So hot in his ishane ishlado le shanat no kliniki kwadod but ajinan nish iniki do na kojin hata anishas anje Division of Social Service but the ish article. So for whatever reason in the past, when this was allocated, the division of the previous administration did not move forward with purchasing these vehicles. And so with the legislation that we've done on the 24th Navajo Nation Council regarding carryover funds, with that it lapsed and put the funds then back into UUFB. And so with that same concept, the same dollar amount, the same amount of vehicles, we're asking you again as council for TAUS to purchase these 11 vehicles. But I made it clear to Division of Social Service and to TAUS that we only have less than 8 months of this year to purchase these vehicles again. And if this funding is approved and it goes through, then we have that less than 8 months. And if the vehicles are not purchased, then it goes back into the UUFB funds at the end of the year again because of the carryover legislation that took place on the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Ako do di based on the hiki they're not applied to move forward as carryover funds. Ako ede hot ako quite ed haba ako no sendo le ako. So with that, I will yield some of my time over to Shajad, Mr. Key, coming from Taos, and then from there, I'll give some time over to our division director, Mr. Thomas Cody. Kot edo le speaker, thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker, members of 25th Council, Navajo Nation Councils. My name is Jefferson Key. I'm the Executive Director for Taos Incorporated. We are located in Gallup, and we do services in the New Mexico and also part of Arizona. So I want to first introduce myself, Jefferson Key. I've been a director for Taos for over a year and 2 months. It's not Jeninch, not quite Nabashin, what's on Hilashe. No, my diski national. A call say, Habit Schneedle, she get Dives Gate, the Delegate James. Doshik is Mr. Cody, a go here, do Adishke. I know Zina, Madam Speaker, do members of the council. A call here, it's all the Bashnet on late. Towns say, yeah, they're going to be, they've been in operation for 57 years now, serving individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities. We serve both adults and children, and our youngest probably about 4 years old, up to over 60 years of age. And the people that we serve are from throughout the Navajo Nation. Western agencies, central, northern, Port Defiance agencies. So we serve all people from the reservation. We do also serve from off reservations, like from Gallup, Farmington, and we do some of the services that we do is residential services. We call it supported living. We also do day programs, supported employment, as well as and some other community supports, health services, things like that. And our funding source, we subcontract to Navajo Nation Social Services. We also receive fundings from the state of New Mexico, DD waiver. So those are our two biggest funding source. Most of the funding that we receive is based on reimbursement, fee for services, and most of it is applied towards direct services. Most of the money that we receive is hardly for capital purchases. And and in about 2018, the federal government mandated that a lot of these service providers to provide opportunities for the people served to be out in the community on a daily basis, and then they control their lives, and then they direct what they do on a daily basis. And each of the people that we serve, they have individual service plans. And these plans are developed based on what the individual wants and the needs. And they're the one to kind of direct we call IDT team. Say, I want to go to concerts. I want to go outings this many days a week. I want to do shopping this many days a week. I want to be out in the community, learn some social skills, be out there like anybody else. And so based on that, it's requiring a lot of transportation to the people that we serve. But again, it's giving them an opportunity. Over that they call other ones that an higit an sekis the shot I have enough money saved to go to a concert, to go to a rodeo, and go outings, not just in the local area like Gallup, but to Albuquerque, Farmington, Flagstaff, even Phoenix. So even not to go, we had to support these individuals that we serve. And a lot of them require transportation. We provide staff and supports, and along with the vehicles, transportation support. So for that, the need is there. Like I said, each individual has a support plan developed for each one of them. And that kind of drives the whole daily schedule for the individuals that we serve. And we also provide health services, like take care of their appointments, take care to see their primary providers, as well as a special medical services, which is usually in Albuquerque or Farmington, Flagstaff. And some services are not available in Gallup, so it requires transporting to these long distance areas. So based on that, this is why we like to get reliable new transportation vehicles for the people that we serve. For the individual with disabilities. Some of the peoples that we serve, they've been with us for many years. There's some new ones, and there's some that's been with the agency for over 20 years. And government, federal government, they has job and dasnish. Though given opportunity to be out there, late at the thought, lurch at the shatens on a babanashnish, a apinelo, they manage their lives, and then they get provided opportunity for quality of lives. So AD get I see needs and a lot of these activities that they have in their program plans require transporting. And most of the vehicles that we have high mileages because they're on the road on an everyday basis. And then also it's a real challenge to get fundings for transportation. And even Nachigo, I appreciate your support, Shananda, Madam Speaker, members of the council. I would really appreciate your support and help our people with disabilities, the needs that they deserve. A lot of them cannot speak for themselves. A lot of them, they just do gesturing or they write to us. So I need a quality transportation. I've been working with people with disabilities since 1980s. And I think that we've come a long ways, but we still got a ways to go. Of course, accessibility that but we have good staff. Majority of the staff that we serve, probably 2/3 or more than 2/3, are direct service staff. They're the one that provide close supervision. They provide transportation to the people that we serve. And so I thank our people. And one of the big challenge that we've been faced since the pandemic is the staff shortage for direct support personnel. It's costing extra monies for overtime and things like that. So it leaves us very little money for capital, maybe gaining capital equipment like vehicles. Even national needs a job body nito nika to chato here zansayo. Koda ni jahastiro at Kashnanda. Thank you.
Ike Hashanant Speaker Shadeja, those it's Chair James, Ado Kudus, Shishna Ash, Chin Haba Holiani, Ados Adesha, Besmas, and Linisinat Ani, Yaha, Nishinat, Ado, Hashin Salas, Hinanish, Beke, Latin Hat or HSA by Hens and Ado, Kodoshi, She or a car dish was. Hardly Sostanet, Deheki, Lache Division of Social Service, but at Niniki, ado ein che nal tos nasta ni nasta hota dil ni OMB do Office of Controller to ado not the yon niche even the purchasing jo e aja ni chin khas la shin e kodo Navajo Nation e ni hikidil ni hata shin jo e hota da ila ndebit o yo bit na han la jo e kwa e is do latte bit dash ni shi do ein hi ka di ja ado dil chin da hois ago Navajo Nation ba ka go quite it is shouldn't belt edo done the niki jo e do a ado the president do kon hilne the never cut do ja ye go bit in da naniki ko do slato be ka na ja do le niki do ni do e nika ko je hit that is ado hit so best balance on no ni kita do ni ado e ni khallant so ni jo ko da e shige ko do e ni ka de shwaln sin ko e ya shnam ta
Ake dan kodo dan shna ash do nana dan shja ake kodo bahanana zi slinko kod ashi e yan kilche honit ando lishinat ahno kliniki quadidole we'll go ahead and waive the rest of the time, Speaker and members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council.
Thank you, Chair James. Do kuna elsaba asogi, we have Chair Parrish, 5 minutes to the main motion.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker Curley, and good afternoon to my colleagues on the 25th Navajo Nation Council, to those that are listening online and here in the gallery. Nana Shana. Chairman Vince James, thank you for bringing this legislation before the Navajo Nation Council. This legislation was before the Budget and Finance Committee on February 6th, and it was tabled, tabled on January 17th, 2024 at the Budget and Finance Committee. And in our tabling motion, the tabling motion was to bring this legislation back to our regular meeting on February 6th with information from the Division of Social Services. However, the sponsor continued to move forward this legislation to Nabik Ietske and then also now to Navajo Nation Council. So the committee tabled the legislation, but I guess now we can ask some of those questions to the Division of Social Services. I appreciate Chairman Vince James sharing that he has emphasized to the Division of Social Services that this money will only be, you'll only be able to use it within this fiscal year. So that brings a little bit of concern. At the time that this legislation was brought before the committee, I was not chairing the committee and I actually asked questions, but the Division of Social Services was not there. So Mr. Cody, thank you for being here today. I just wanted to know a little bit more about the history. I know you're a new division director, but you've been in this position for 1 year. So I'd like to know how you are currently prioritizing the grants that you have inherited. If this is, if you were to take this responsibility on, what are you doing in the Division of Social Services to ensure some of the work that nonprofits are doing in your division? Because I know that there are many nonprofits that are assisting the Division of Social Services with the work for the Navajo people. So how are you prioritizing these subrecipient agreements, of these grants, the money that is going to be outsourced? How are you as a division director prioritizing this, and how is this funding, if it's awarded, how is it in your priority list? My concern is that when we continue to allocate money out in this way and we're not making it competitive to other people, then what is the division's direction in ensuring that these Navajo dollars are going to be to the best of its ability to be used to the maximum capability? That's kind of, I wanted to hear from the Division of Social Services, their vision on that. And my stance is I'm going to prioritize Navajo senior centers and the need for Navajo Senior Center vehicles. So I think that was a question that was also posed at the Budget and Finance Committee, to know the listing from the Division of Health of how many vehicles were needed across the nation. So generally, just wanted to share that information with the council and just to pose the questions to Mr. Thomas Cody because he's here today. Speaker, I reserve the rest of my time. Thank you.
Reserve time of 1:45. Colleagues, I don't see anybody else in queue, so I'm going to refer those questions back to the sponsor and the agents. Chair Vince James.
Akihat Speaker and the members of the council and audience, Adonana Kododa and Chairwoman Parrish. So with that, she did have some questions and comments for our Division Director, Mr. Thomas Cody, so I'll go ahead and give him the floor. Thank you.
Akihat Shitsil Ado Shnantam Shidejit Speaker Curley Ado Shnanta Ado Chair Parrish, thank you for your questions. I'm sorry I couldn't make it to your meeting. It was tabled, so I apologize. So one of the things that we've done within the Division of Social Services after I got there was our finance was not where I thought it should be. Our burial assistance payments were not paid off. We have, even today, this week, we had 2 applications from 2021 that came in that were not processed. That's number one. Number two, our school clothing program. Thank you, Shananta, for providing supplemental funding to pay off all the outstanding applications that were submitted on behalf of children from across the Navajo Nation. As of this week, we've also paid out all those applications, the 14,000 applications that were that didn't have funding. So as we're working, and even within our law heap, one of the things that was happening, we have an electronic case management system now that we've implemented. So since July, I had all the data ran for LAHEAP. So LAHEAP, one particular chapter, which is close to where I live, only got assisted. 2 applications were assisted. One other chapter on the other side of the Navajo Nation had almost 200 applications. So the equity of these funds that the division gets wasn't there. So this year for the LAHEAP, we're working with Community Development Arbin. We're working with Arbin to make sure that all the applications are equally distributed across the Navajo Nation. So all the chapters across the Navajo Nation will get up to 30 applications that they can file on behalf of individuals that are seeking assistance with energy assistance. So that's another one. The other one was our domestic violence shelters. They were not getting their dollars. So currently what's happening, and I will tell you, we're almost at the very end, is getting these DV shelters like Adobe, Kayanta Shelter, and the ones in Gallup. We're moving our dollars, our ARPA dollars, and also our regular dollars out for contracting. Likewise, if the Navajo Nation Council, I will make it a priority to make sure that these vehicles are purchased. I will give a report to BNF next month to see where I'm at on how the purchase will be going. And also, we have an 8-month, my accountant, Brenda Sosi, knows that if this is funded, we have an 8-month time period where we can make these purchases. So Shananta, as you see all the financial areas that we've really enhanced, one of them is purchasing, doing contracts with outside entities. Those organizations outside the Navajo Nation, because this is probably the 3rd organizations that we help. How do they sustain themselves? We need to make sure from the division, we need to make sure that these organizations sustain themselves next year, or 2 years from now, 3 years from now. Every year, one of the organizations out there come to the Navajo Nation Council for supplemental funding. We need to help them to where they don't do that. The controls of those organizations need to be in place, like just St. Michael's. You just provided some monies to them, but they don't. But when I met with them, when we started this whole process, I said, I need a sustainability plan. How are you can sustain yourself next year, even the year after? So my commitment to you is to make these purchases in with 8 months, and although Chair Parrish, I will make a commitment to make a report to you after next month to make sure that these purchases are on the road to being, the vehicles are being purchased. So it's a high priority for me to help these local organizations because they're the ones that actually deliver the services on behalf of the Navajo Nation. So even the monies that we have within the division, what we're working on is moving those monies out of the division to the local organizations, to the local like chapters. We at the central government, at the Central Division of Social Service Administration, we shouldn't be administering funds. It's best done at the local level. So we're trying to push all the dollars out to the local organizations because they're the ones that create jobs out there. Just like Taos is, they create jobs out there. Just like St. Michael's, they create jobs at the local level. So that's how I will make it a priority. I have it as a priority, and this funding, if it comes to the Navajo Nation, I will make it a priority to make the purchases. Shanta.
Thank you, Mr. Cody. Colleagues, I don't see anybody else in queue. I do have reserved time by Chair Parrish of 1 minute and 45 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker Curley, and thank you, Mr. Cody, for responding to generally the questions. Mr. Cody, you had 9 months with this funding in last fiscal year, so you're asking for 8 more months with this funding. I guess in the difference between, it's generally about the same amount of time. So what's different from the first time you had this funding available to you to now? Again, it goes back to the priority listing of these grant agreements. So this is not just the only grant agreement that you could potentially be working on, but you probably have other grant agreements that are also sitting on your desk. So we're halfway through. We're going to start the budgeting cycle again very soon. And when we're looking at the next year's budget, we're also going to look at the new grant agreements that may be coming across the council's desk again. So just for sustainability in these grant agreements through the Division of Social Services, as a division director, what are you prioritizing so that these services get met? I reserve the rest of my time. Thank you, Speaker.
Reserve time of 40 seconds. New in queue, we have Chair Jesus, 5 minutes to the main motion.
Thank you again, Madam Speaker, and also colleagues of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. Honorable Chair James for bringing this legislation here before Council. And I just wanted to get some information in regards to Taos. I know that through the state, through the children's or the adults insurance program, and in this case it would be Medicaid or Medicare, or like within the state of Arizona it would be Access. I know that they offer payments partially by SSI and other state disability grant programs. And I know that talking with St. Michael's Association for Special Ed, they actually get funding from the state to supplement their transportation needs for their disabled population there at the school. So I am curious in regards to the Taos program, as to what alternatives has Taos looked into, meaning the, as executive director, even the board, to look at alternatives in regards to long-term sustainability and having to supplement funding through these certain grants with the state of New Mexico or even Arizona for vehicle purchases going forward. I reserve the rest of my time, Madam Speaker.
Reserve time at 3:36. I don't see anybody else in queue. I'm going to refer those questions back to the sponsor and agents. Chair Vince James.
Ikahadan speakers, a member of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, audience, thank you again to both chairwomen, Honorable Parrish and Honorable Jesus, for those questions and comments, and I will go ahead and give some time over to my agents. Speaker, thank you.
Chair, not kidding. The difference is I'm there. Not kidding. I'm only kidding. So what we did was the previous administration, yeah, I don't know if that was a priority, so that I will leave that there. But when we came in, we made all the contracts a priority, and we've hired an individual that oversees the financial and the accountant. So when you come to our office, you will see that we have an accountant, Miss Marlinda Lilliman, who guides the whole process. So, Shinanta, that's. I don't know how. I can't speak for the previous administration, but for my administration, I will work on making this work, and I will make a report with you after the 1 month period. Shinanta, Chair Parrish.
Okay. 19th Kirigi, Chair Jesus. I'd like to respond to your question. We do work, get some funds to New Mexico DD waiver system, and most of the funds is like fee for services. We do invoicing on a monthly basis to provide residential and day program services. Most of the money that we get from the state of New Mexico is basically for direct support, and so that they don't give us money for capital purchase like vehicles. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, agents, for your responses. Colleagues, we do have new in queue. Vice Chair Slater, 5 minutes to the main motion.
Thank you very much. You're talking about all the contracts, Mr. Cody, and we had a lot of issues in the last HES committee with the Division of Social Services and getting things processed in a timely manner, so I appreciate your dedication to rectifying those issues. But as of January 9th, I understood that the domestic violence shelter contract still had not been processed, and I assume that was for this fiscal year. So if we're 3 months or 4 months into the fiscal year, that doesn't mean, you know, you're completing the goal that you want to complete, and that we need to serve our domestic violence shelters. So you can answer now, or you can follow up later so we don't distract from the main motion, but I really need to know where we're at with those contracts. And, you know, strength leads to strength, success leads to success. You know, we don't want to see this funding evaporate like it did last year, because council's patience is going to wear thin, and, you know, we're going to hurt Taos. We're not going to end up hurting your program. So I'll reserve my time for the time being. Thank you.
Reserve time of 4 minutes. Honorable Crotty, 5 minutes to the main motion.
Oh, yeah, thank you. I appreciate Shiaj, Chair James, as Chair of Health, Education, Human Services, for sponsoring this legislation, and how critical it is for our relatives who are exceptional and have their own special set of skills. And in my early work, I was able to provide direct care for some of our exceptional relatives, And it was a beautiful sight to see what talents laid in storage and to help them just identify what special gems they bring into the world. So I appreciate you and your team, Shiaj, that are doing the work. So this is more of a technical question for Shiaj Thomas Cody. In supporting this legislation, we have partnered on some great projects. And so from this conversation, if you can provide in terms of what service agreements that your team is currently working on, I want to make sure that we also, in the fiscal year budget, we allocated funding to Victim Services of Northern Arizona. They've received a huge federal budget cut of over 41%. And so these are the advocates that helped with Operation Rainbow Bridge. And I believe in their report, they've helped, with restraining orders, with direct services. So Shiaj, that's my only concern, because you have a tight time frame of 8 months. And I think with some of the language, we make directives, but it's hard to prioritize what needs to get done. So what we just need to know from your team is what support you need from the council if you're submitting documents to either OMB or OOC. If they're just sitting there as an oversight, we could help. Vince James, as a chair for your committee, can help with how we need to get this through the process. Or maybe we could work with Department of Justice in creating a streamlined approach, as you mentioned, to do some of this work. And so I've talked with Ms. Barbroff and saying, why can't we as a nation give directly to the nonprofit? Why does it have to go through the division? So if we're dealing with ARPA, we're dealing with state dollars, and if the nonprofit is in good standing and can provide those reports. So I hope that we could coordinate and work together so that we're not, I didn't want to lobby and step over someone. What I want to do is make sure that we're all winning. And I think Shiaj Delegate Slater with his slogan, I don't know what he said, but he's so sports minded. But I think if we know the work that you do in your department and division is critical to building up families and securing, and community members need that. So Delegate James does talk about the TANF program. And so that's something that we could look at in terms of streamlining. But of course, when we say streamlining, we also need to make sure that we're in compliance with our audit, we're in compliance with the money, but these are general funds. So we do have audit findings. And so I just want to make sure that we're good to go. And if you have any recommendations, we could work with LaTanya Johnson, who's your DOJ attorney, and then start offering how we can amend some of our Navajo Nation laws. Because I think at one point, social services provided to some of our nonprofits. Like I remember the Child Care Center in Navajo would receive an allocation. Sometimes it would be for our uranium workers. And so I think if we look at what are some of the requests coming in from the nonprofits or working with Navajo United Way, maybe that's the way to start allocating dollars. And so you're not in this time frame of having to use it within a matter of months, but at least it gives you a year. And we're also talking with our Department of Justice attorneys and our controller. If the council wants these funds to be allocated, unless there's a specific language, but we do have waiver language now. That's why, since it was sitting in the division, that's why it reverted back, and that's why we're here today. But if we could process out to the nonprofit, then we don't have to necessarily worry about that. So I'll waive the rest of my time. Thank you.
Honorable Karate waives the rest of our time. Colleagues, I don't see anybody else in queue, so I'm going to go back to the sponsors and agents. Chair Vince James.
Here had Nana Dunn, Speaker, members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, Ado Aden Nada Adol Kidiki, Honorable Slater, and then Honorable Amber Kinazba Kradi. Here had Aden Nadol Kitten Leanko. So with that, I'll go ahead and give some time to Division Director Mr. Thomas Cody to go over the procurement process for the funding would stand, and also the priorities non-dolict. So with that, Mr. Cody.
Yeah, Speaker Curley, I think my question would go to Shema, Delegate Crotty. Victim services and TAUS and all the, and the, Delegate Slater, the domestic violence grants. So how we have it is under the within the division. I have 6 individuals that there are 6 different departments and 6 individuals that I directly supervise. Within one of them is the Department of Family Services, and where Eric Gale sits. So Mr. Gale is the one that administers all your DV dollars, all the grants that come out to the shelter homes. So that's Eric. So that's where a lot bulk of the work. Within that office, we have an accountant. Oh, we have 3 accountants within that office. We had just brought one on this week, so we have barely 3 accountants. Remember, Shananta, when I went into that division, the Department of Family Services had 4 employees. The director and the foster care person and 2 other staffers that she had. Although that's where we started rebuilding the Department of Family Services. So at this stage, those contracts are moving. They're over at OOC. So once we get out of OOC, it should go to DOJ and then to the President's office. I know it's taking a little longer. I just got a call from Lorena Halwood this morning asking me where her contract dollars were, and I told her exactly where they were at. So that's where the Department of Family Services, how I have it separate is any special projects that come in, like St. Michael's that we did, it goes directly under our accountant, Ms. Brenda Sosi. So within the executive office of the executive director, those are the staff that will work on administering and moving the contracts forward. The question about victim services, we're under Eric Gale. They're working on moving that contract out into the victim services. Shananta, one thing I think will work, and I did send a letter to the Chair James and Vice Chair and Speaker, is the Navajo Nation 477 initiative, 102-4777 initiative, which is putting all our contracts into one, like a master contract. We need to do that, Shananta. So mid-February, we're going to set up a meeting for you at the Quality Inn to go over what will 477 do for you, for the Navajo Nation. So we have BIA, a consultant from BIA that's working with us. We have a team which is not from my office, but from my departments. Like child care is one of them. TANF, Department of Family Services, where Title 4B, Title 4E lives, and also Family Assistance Unit like GA. Those dollars that we get out of the Bureau of Indian Affairs, ACF, can be put into one master contract to where it does not go through all these different reporting system approval process. It will just be one. It can be a 3-year, a 5-year, or a 10-year contract. Because it's a new initiative, I told the staff, let's work with a 3-year contract. So you will see how it works. If you approve it this year, you will see how it works at the 4th year of your administration. So that 477 for me is a way out for the Navajo Nation to where we can spend our monies quicker and within the rounds of the governmental structures.
Thank you, Mr. Cody, for your responses. I don't see anybody else in queue, so I'm going to go back to reserve time. We have Chair Parrish with 40 seconds. Chair Parrish.
Thank you, Speaker Curley. And then thank you to Division of Social Service for responding to the questions. I guess my concern is in the FY 2024 budget, there was money given to the Division of Social Services that the contracts and agreements have yet to be signed by the president. So in my view, I'm looking to the direction of Mr. Cody and how his prioritization, I don't know if this agreement today, if it's passed by council, will be at the top of the list. I just need that clarification.
Thank you, Chair Parrish. Next, for reserved time, we have Chair Jesus with 3 minutes and 36 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So the question I also have is in regards to the current vehicles that were listed that you have in your inventory. I know that they vary in mileage, and I'm just curious as to what Taos is going to do. Are you going to put those on the market, and whatever revenue or cash inflow that you get from the sale, is that going to offset this amount too, or what is Taos' plan in regards to the revenue that will be coming in on the vehicles that are currently in inventory that was attached to the legislation? I reserve the rest of my time, Madam Speaker.
Reserved time of 3:05. Next, we have Vice Chair Slater with 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Thank you, Chair James, and thank you, Mr. Cody. I think there's a few different canaries in the coal mine that people look at depending on their experience with the Navajo Nation government to measure what the threats are to things falling apart or going a better direction. And one of the ones that I look at is the shelter contracts. And it's not great that they're still at the controller's office. So I hope that is not a harbinger for or a negative omen about how contracts and how support for the most vulnerable will be treated moving forward. I appreciate your commitment to that. I want to say that in the 24th Navajo Nation Council, the HES Committee, we issued a directive to do multi-year contracts. They went forward, they expired. I understood at the beginning of last year that we didn't want to do multi-year contracts, and now we're back to multi-year contracts. So I hope that we stick with that because it is easier for the different entities that receive funding through the nation, and I just want to thank you for your leadership in getting those things over the finish line. And I don't have any further questions on the vehicles, so I'll waive the rest of my time. Thank you.
Vice Chair Slater waives the rest of his time. I don't see anybody else in queue, so I'm going to call to the sponsor, Chair James.
Thank you, Speaker, members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. I'll go ahead and give some time over to my agents again. Thank you, Speaker.
Speaker Curly, so back to Chair Parrish's question. So from the Office of Executive Director, I will make this a priority, and I will make sure that it goes through the contract. I'm thinking this is what you want to hear. My recommendation was that we give the money directly to Taos for doing the purchase, because earlier I said I strongly believe that the Navajo Nation shouldn't be the ones providing services, should be people at the local level. That was one of my recommendations. But the Navajo Nation procurement policies, how we go through the 164 review process, so it will be back to my office. And Chair Parrish, I will make sure that this contract is a priority, and we will work it through the process within the 8 months that we have available.
Before we proceed, colleagues, I'd like to do a roll call. I believe we do have 12 delegates on the floor right now. If you could, press your buttons for roll call, please. Honorable Stephen Arvizo. Vice Chair Slater is here present. Honorable Norman Begay. Delegate Arvizo. Delegate Begay. Colleagues, we do have 14 on the floor, so that does constitute a quorum. Colleagues, we're still in the middle of, on the main motion. We still do have reserved time by Chair Brenda Jesus of 3 minutes and 5 seconds. So, colleagues, if we can go back to our desk, please. Chair Jesus with 3 minutes and 5 seconds.
Madam Speaker, I believe I had posed a question earlier, and it still needs to be answered in regards to the inventory of vehicles. And once I get that response, I'd like to go ahead and waive the rest of my time, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Chair Jesus waives the rest of her time. Colleagues, I don't see anybody else in queue or no reserved time. Second call. Third call. 2 minutes on the board, colleagues. Honorable Nota, I did already do a roll call, or call for a vote already. So 2 minutes on the board, colleagues. And thank you to our Sergeant of Arms this afternoon is Officer Yazi from the Delcon District. Thirty seconds left. Delegate Arvizo. Delegate Norman Begay. Colleagues, we do have the full vote here from the council. We have 12 in favor with 2 opposed, with speaker not voting. And this is a simple majority vote, so the motion does carry. Colleagues, we're moving down to legislation M, legislation 0016-24. We have the primary sponsor, Honorable Danny Simpson, here. Staff, could you help us read the legislation to the record?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Legislation 0016-24 enact relating to an emergency for the Navajo Nation Council, amending campaign expense provisions of the Navajo Election Code at sections 201 through 209 and section 404. Prime sponsor is Honorable Danny Simpson. This legislation is final authority with Navajo Nation Council. Per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, Rule 9, legislation has been read into record by electronic voice recording. Madam Speaker.
Chair Jesus.
Shadeja, Madam Speaker and colleagues of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. I want to request and get the support of from my colleagues. I'd like to motion to recess for the rest of the day. I think that some of my colleagues have been here and they have other obligations too. So I'd like to respect that and call for recess for the rest of the day and reconvene Thursday, day 4 of Navajo Nation Council. Madam Speaker.
All right, colleagues, just for reference, we do have 3 legislations that are still on our agenda. And I believe there are several meetings going on within the state of New Mexico with Santa Fe. So just to keep that in mind as well. Colleagues, are there any objections to recessing for today? I don't see any. So colleagues, we recess today at 3:31 p.m.